So I'll ask everyone to take their seats. It's 9 a.m. and I'd like to get started. As I mentioned, we will start with executive summary. We will work on sum 1, sum 2, and sum 3, and then we will turn our attention to eels. So thank you, everyone. So I will now start this morning's session. As I mentioned yesterday, because we are running low on time, I will ask standing committee members and observer parties to kindly limit their interventions to 2 minutes, please. I will also ask observers, I do hope to continue to take observer interventions, and I'd ask you to kindly limit those to 1 minute, please. So I very much appreciate your indulgence, as I'm sure, like me, you can all see the daunting task we have before us and are keen to make sure we make our way through. So before we turn to the agenda, I would like to turn back to the adoption of the executive summaries that have been ready for a number of sessions. So I'll start with SC 74, Sum 1. I note yesterday the United States raised some questions about the accuracy of the decisions recorded on page 2 under access to funding, agenda item 9. So I went and reviewed my notes of the discussion and we reviewed the YouTube, and it is our understanding that the summary record accurately reflects the discussion that occurred. So there's no amendments to the summary record Sum 1. So I will open the floor to standing committee members, observer parties, to note if there are any corrections for Sum 1. Okay, seeing no request for the floor, I understand that Sum 1 is adopted. So I will now turn our attention to SC 74 Sum 2. So this is the record of our discussion Monday afternoon. So I'll open the floor for comments on Sum 2. Any corrections? Israel, please.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you. In paragraph 24 on cooperation with the World Heritage Convention, in the first paragraph A, it speaks about paragraph 4.2 on the draft MOU. And in our discussion, we spoke about focusing on cooperation on all aspects, not just on subparagraph little a. So we would ask that the beginning of that paragraph says paragraph 4.2 should focus without the little a reference.
Thank you, Israel, for your point. I'm just reminding myself of the conversation we had, and I believe this was also a conversation we were having with the originally proposed sub-bullets in A. So it was my understanding that when we were talking about the broader input, the broader kind of scope, that we were referencing that first overarching piece about cooperation on the conservation and sustainable use of species, which is 4A. there's no subparagraph to, like it includes all the subs. Okay, thank you, Israel. So I think that actually is an accurate reflection of the discussion. Other corrections from the floor? Sorry, I was just waiting because Canada, you had mentioned something to me on the side about a correction you wanted to make to paragraph 15. It would be good if you could provide that for the room.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I misunderstood that you had taken note of it, but I will provide it to the room if you give me just 1 second, please. So if somebody else has other corrections and wants to go ahead, Chair, I'll find my notes.
So Canada, I do have the notes you provided me. I just wanted to make sure that the room was aware. So if you would like, I'm happy to read them out.
Yes, Chair, if you don't mind, I apologize. I lost the mic.
Okay. So Canada noted to me that in paragraph 15, actually, it's not paragraph 15, it's agenda item 15 on page 5 of the English version of sum 2. The fourth line begins with involved in the development of a resolution on CITES and forests. Canada would suggest that the conversation was about resolutions on CITES and forests broadly and would therefore change "a" to "any," involved in the development of any resolution on CITES and forests. Canada also wanted to reflect that the points raised by Canada were given on behalf of the North American region. So that's the next line in paragraph, in the discussion on agenda item 15.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for losing my...
Thank you. So I will see if there's any more comments on sum 2. Okay. Seeing no more requests for the floor, I take it that sum 2 is agreed, and I will turn our attention to the last one for this morning, and that's SC 74 sum 3. And before I open the floor, I will draw everyone's attention to page 2, sum 3, page 2. This is under agenda item 6. The record of the decisions. There was a typographical error. So decision 19BB at the top of page 2 should be directed to the Standing Committee. So that was a little transcription error on our side. So I'll open the floor to any comments or clarifications or corrections to sum 3. Okay, seeing no requests for the floor, the Standing Committee adopts sum 3. So thank you very much, parties, committee, observers. I'll now turn everyone's attention to agenda item 64 on Eels. Okay, here we go. On this agenda item, we have two reports, a report from the Secretariat and a report from the Animals Committee. I would hear both reports and then open discussion. So we'll start with the Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everybody. The Secretariat is pleased to introduce document 64.1, which focuses on the decisions directed to the Standing Committee from COP18 concerning illegal trade in European eel, Anguilla anguilla. It brings together information from a number of recent sources, including a summary of parties' responses to the request for information on the status, management and trade in eels, which is presented in Annex 2, the case study on European glass eels in the Second World Wildlife Crime Report, an analysis of the data compiled from annual illegal trade reports submitted by parties, which is presented in Annex 3, information on recent enforcement activities and seizures from media, and the study entitled Status and Use of Anguillid Eels, which was prepared on behalf of the Secretariat by the Zoological Society of London, with thanks to funding from the European Union. And this study is presented in Annex 4. So taking into account the limited time for the Standing Committee to consider all of this information at this meeting, the committee is invited to note the information provided in the document and its annexes, and also to request the Secretariat to review the responses, responses to the notification to the parties in Annex 2, the case study on European eels, glass eels in the Second World Wildlife Crime Report, the analysis of the data compiled from the annual illegal trade reports, and the findings of the study presented in Annex 4 of the document, and to prepare a consolidated set of recommendations for consideration at SC 75. Concerning paragraph C of decision 18.201, the Secretariat has reached out to the World Customs Organization, but has yet to receive a response on the feasibility of harmonizing customs codes relevant to trade in all Anguilla species. We will continue to follow this up with the World Customs Organization after this meeting. And finally, in addition to the recommendations indicated in the document, the Secretariat also suggests that in order to continue monitoring illegal trade in European eels and to follow up on the consultations with the WCO, an amendment to decision 19.DD in the draft decisions proposed by the Animals Committee may be warranted. I can read it out now, or if you prefer, I will come back to this when you are considering document 64.2. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. And yes, before we continue and including the considered the amendments you're proposing, let us hear the report of the Animals Committee Chair. So, Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. At the 18th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, decisions 18-200 and 201, which are of particular relevance to the Animals Committee, were adopted. In addition to working on these decisions, the Animals Committee received a request at the end of 2021 from the UK seeking advice and guidance on its non-detriment findings for European eels. After consultation of the members, the AC Chair responded to the UK providing feedback and suggestions to improve the NDF and to consider submitting the NDF to the IUCN Anguillid Eel Specialist Group for further review. The Animals Committee at AC 31 further adopted the following recommendations. The committee agreed to reconsider the issue of the potential use of source code R for specimens of European eel from aquaculture production systems and the potential risks and benefits of reintroducing seized live European eels to the wild when making recommendations on the study on levels of trade and trade patterns, especially in live eels for aquaculture, which will be reviewed by the Animals Committee following the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. The committee further noted that the European eel could be a good case study for consideration at the planned workshop on non-detriment findings under Decision 18132. And finally, the committee agreed to submit 4 draft decisions presented in Annex 2 of this document for consideration at the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair of the Animals Committee. So we saw that the Animals Committee gave some early consideration to the questions on eels, but there is some work that, due to the circumstances, we were unable to completely progress. So the Animals Committee is providing a series of decisions to be submitted to the Conference of the Parties. And there is advice from the Secretariat to also bring forward some of the activities directed to the Standing Committee so that we can take a look at the studies with a bit more time. So maybe Secretariat, I will turn back to you for your comments. You were going to make a suggestions on the proposal from the Animals Committee directed to the Standing Committee.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So in relation to the proposed decision 19DD, which is directed to the Standing Committee, the Secretariat proposes to insert some additional text, as I said, to continue to monitor illegal trade and to follow up with the World Customs Organization. So the text that we propose to insert is after the Standing Committee shall, and the new text is A, consider the report prepared by the Secretariat and any other available information relating to illegal trade in European eel and make recommendations as appropriate. New sub-item B, and that will be the wording as exists at the moment, to review any advice and recommendations coming from the Animals Committee concerning Decision 19CC and make recommendations as appropriate. And then we would insert a new and C, with the assistance of the Secretariat, engage with the World Customs Organization to examine the feasibility of harmonizing customs codes relevant to trade in all anguilla species and report to the 20th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. So I hope that's clear. Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. And for those who were following along, the inserts from the Secretariat are picking up aspects of the mandate provided to the Standing Committee in 18201, given the the current nature of our meetings has not allowed us to really consider those in detail. So with that, I will invite the Standing Committee to provide their views on the proposed decisions suggested by the Animals Committee and the proposed amendments to the decision directed to the Standing Committee proposed by the Secretariat, which again is picking up aspects of existing decision 18201. And again, I will remind parties that I would ask you to focus on the decisions at hand and to keep your interventions to under 2 minutes or less. I will start with members of the Standing Committee. Any members of the Standing Committee who wish to intervene? As always, silence means acceptance. I see Poland, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to thank the Secretariat and the Animals Committee for those two documents, and we fully support the recommendations they cover. And we also support the proposal made by the Secretariat on change of decision 19DD as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Poland. North America?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The North American region would like to thank the CITES Secretariat, the Animals Committee, and all contributors for their work towards implementing decisions 18.197 to 18.202 related to European eels. The North American region notes the information contained in this document and thanks the Zoological Society of London for their comprehensive study. With respect to Secretariat's second recommendation, B, to prepare a consolidated set of draft recommendations for consideration by the Standing Committee at its 75th meeting, the course of action differs from those suggested by the Animals Committee in Doc 64.2. Because the final study to investigate levels of trade and trade patterns, especially in live eels for aquaculture, called for in Decision 18.199, paragraph D, was not available in time for review by the Animals Committee at its 31st meeting, the Animals Committee agreed to submit draft decisions that will allow it to be considered after the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. Therefore, unless there are some urgent issues that need to be addressed sooner, Our preference is to follow the course of action that the Animals Committee put forward so that the technical committee with the needed expertise on the subject can give its input before going to the Standing Committee. This also fits with the majority of EEL's decisions that are being moved to the next intersessional period after the Conference of the Parties 19. In the alternative, if there is a reason and the Standing Committee decides the study needs to be addressed at Standing Committee 75, we suggest providing it to the Animals Committee Chair to obtain Animals Committee member input prior to Standing Committee 75. Thank you.
Thank you, North America, and I believe the committee would concur with that general assessment, and this is why the update to 19DD from the Animals Committee will help us more appropriately align with the envisioned idea of having the Animals Committee finish their considerations first. So I will take it there that North America is probably generally agreeable with the approach with the amended 19DD. Of course, if you're not, please do let me know. I will continue first with members of the Standing Committee, and then I will open also the floor to observer parties. Mexico, please. You wish to take the floor?
Thank you, Chair. We very much thank the Secretariat for this document summarizing the information that was given by parties as an answer to notification 2001-018, as well as supporting what North America has said on behalf of the North American region. We would like to say the only species in Mexico is Anguilla rostrata, which is not a species within the CITES Convention. It's not and is only bycatch in our country, and therefore we do not have any plan elaborated by the fisheries authorities. And in this sense, we would like to suggest the Secretariat to publish a document of information with the original answers given by the parties, which will bring transparency and more information for our discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. I think we can take note of your request. I will continue to seek any insights from parties. I will also invite the United Kingdom, please, to take the floor.
Thank you. We welcome the strengthened and coordinated enforcement action being undertaken to address the illegal trade in eel, and we would encourage the other parties highlighted in the report as where there are known eel facilities to help fill the data gaps, to provide further information and support fruitful discussions on necessary future actions. We support the recommendations set out by the Animals Committee and Secretariat. As noted in the report, the UK Scientific Authority has developed an NDF for eel trade with a limited scope through extensive collaboration between UK and devolved country governments, CITES authorities, fishery scientists and fishery regulators. This NDF has been peer-reviewed by ICES once, and as per decision 18197 was presented to the Animals Committee for their review. The Animals Committee concluded that the NDF gave the committee sufficient assurance that the export of the surplus glass eels from the two rivers referenced in the document is not detrimental to the survival of the species in the UK, whilst also raising a number of other comments for us to address. The UK is committed to transparency and basing our NDF on the best science available, and we will seek further peer review to ensure the NDF is as robust as possible. We are very happy to share our work with any interested party, and as noted in the report, we will share our NDF as an INFDOC to either SC75 or COP19 when we have finished addressing the comments recently received. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. I have an intervention from the Dominican Republic, and then I will see if there is one observer or two who wishes to intervene. Dominican Republic, please.
Good morning. Dominican Republic as an area of distribution of Anguilla rostrata. In our case, this species is being intensively fished, which we understand is endangering the survival of the species. And in this sense, the Dominican Republic has sent a letter of intention to inclusion to Appendix 3 to CITES as a precautionary measure for the conservation of this resource, which we believe is very important, and that has to be fished responsibly and sustainably, which is not currently the case.
Thank you, Dominican Republic. So I am seeing agreement with the approach proposed by the Animals Committee and perhaps the tweaks to the decision to the Standing Committee as proposed in these documents. Before I turn to any observers who wish to comment, I will see the Secretariat, I believe, had a comment to make.
Yes, sorry, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to come back on to clarify a couple of points. Firstly, the issue that was raised by Canada about the process. I think it's important to point out that the set of recommendations, the consolidated set of recommendations that the Secretariat is proposing to prepare for SC 75 will be solely focused on issues pertaining to implementation and illegal trade. So the study and the responses to the notification will go to the Animals Committee after the COP, assuming that those decisions are adopted, and then the Animals Committee can refer any information or concerns it has to the Standing Committee through that process. So both of those will continue. The intention for SC 75 is purely to take all of this up-to-date recent information rather than waiting a long time to actually come up with recommendations, that will go to the parties and that sooner, so that the process will happen in this way. So it should address your concerns. I just wanted to clarify that. And also on the point that Mexico made about publishing the responses to the notification, we have provided a very detailed summary of the notification responses in document 22 at AC 31 in the addendum. It's quite difficult to actually publish the entire responses in full because it was a questionnaire that was submitted online, but you will find all of the information that we have published in that document. So that's the addendum to document 22 at AC 31. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary, for that clarification on the intent of the recommendation B in document 64.1. I will see if that has helped clarify and see if there's any concerns then with the Secretariat bringing sort of the outcomes of the compilation of the results on the illegal trade, noting that that there is good agreement right now for the decisions proposed by the Animals Committee. Okay, so I think that will be acceptable. Okay. So like I said, I will take one intervention. So I see IUCN, and then I will conclude. Briefly, please, IUCN.
Thank you, Chair. This intervention is on behalf of IUCN and ZSL. The scientific advice relating to the status of the European eel has recently been updated and is relevant to the documents and proposed decisions. ICES, the International Council for the Exploration of the Sea, publishes annual advice on the status of the European eel, and since 2003, this has stated, quote, all anthropogenic impact should be reduced to or are kept as close to zero as possible. In response to expert feedback in 2021, fishery and other anthropogenic mortalities were separated, and the advice stated that, quote, ICES advises that when the precautionary approach is applied, there should be zero catches in all habitats in 2022. All other anthropogenic mortalities should be minimized and eliminated where possible. Therefore, it's important to state that the change in advice relating to fisheries from near zero to zero was one of consistency and clarity rather than due to a significant change in the species status, which remains, as described by ICES, quote, critical. We are at present unaware of any fisheries having been closed in response to the advice. However, as has been highlighted in the report included in Annex 4 of SC 74 Doc 64.1, changes in fisheries and trade in one anguillid species may impact others. We therefore believe it is important to continue to monitor trade in all anguillids in the context of the European eel Appendix 2 listing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, IUCN. So Seeing no further requests for the floor, it is my understanding that firstly, the Standing Committee concurs with the Animals Committee in submitting decisions 19AA through 19DD as described in Annex 1 of the report from the Animals Committee, document 64.2. In doing so, then the Standing Committee agrees that 19DD should be modified to ensure the continuation of those elements of the decision 18201 that had not been completed. And additionally, I think we can agree that the Secretariat will provide an update of their analysis of the responses on the illegal trade information and provide any relevant recommendations to SC 75, again, on the illegal trade. So with that, I will conclude our discussion of item 64 and turn our attention to the next item on our agenda, which is seahorses. So item 70, please. Here we also have two reports, and I will ask that both reports be introduced, and then we will begin our discussion. So item 70.1 is a report by the Secretariat. So the Secretariat, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. In document SC74 Doc 70.1, the Secretariat presents an update of its work on seahorses, including the information it gathered in response to notification to the parties number 2020/015. And this was on any national management measures for seahorses and on how parties are implementing and enforcing such measures, including non-detriment findings. The annexes present summaries of 2 studies undertaken by Project Seahorse. Annex 1 contains a study entitled Changes in the International Trade in Live Seahorses after their listing on CITES Appendix 2, while Annex 2 contains a study entitled Implementation of CITES Appendix 2 listing for seahorses in the context of export bans and suspensions. It is intended that these studies will form the basis of an expert workshop envisaged under Decision 18.229, paragraph C, Roman numeral 2. But in light of ongoing meeting and travel restrictions relating to the pandemic, it is not clear if or when this workshop will take place. The Secretariat is in discussions with Project Seahorse to see when such a workshop could take place and on alternative ways of potentially delivering the same activity in a different format if necessary. And the Standing Committee is invited to take note of this document. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that report, Secretariat. And so now perhaps we can turn to document 70.2, the report of the Animals Committee.
Thank you, Chair. At the 18th meeting, the Conference of the Parties adopted decisions 18228 to 18233 on seahorses. At the 31st meeting of the Animals Committee, the results of a study on trade in seahorses by the Project Seahorse on seahorse trade, as well as the results of different notification with requests for information were presented. Among the responses are 2 non-detriment findings on hippocampus species from the United States of America, which are now available on the CITES website NDF database. We thank the United States for providing this information, as it can be used as it is very useful for parties to apply. To renew activities for which work is either ongoing or could not yet be completed, the Animals Committee agreed to submit several draft decisions to the Standing Committee at its 74th meeting for consideration and submission to the 90th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. These are contained in paragraph 7 of the present document, and we invite the Standing Committee to take note of the document and of these draft decisions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair of the Animals Committee. So regarding Agenda Item 70 on seahorses, as we have heard, while some of the activities required in the decisions to the adopted by the Conference of the Parties have advanced, there has still not been an opportunity to, in particular, organize the expert workshop. As such, the Animals Committee is proposing a set of decisions which, to me, essentially bring forward those activities that have not yet been completed. And we've heard a report from the Secretariat on their work towards fulfilling those aspects of the decision. So I invite the Standing Committee to comment on, in particular, the decisions proposed by the Animals Committee, and to take note of the document, the report from the Secretariat. I'll open the floor to any members of the Standing Committee. Africa, please, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam, and good morning, everyone. The problem we're considering now has been experienced very differently in our sub-region. A number of countries have had their trade in seahorses suspended. With respect to Senegal, the situation is well under control. We were contacted by the Secretariat and replied in 2014, 16, and 17. Now, we do not actually use seahorses. Seahorses are bycatch, and they sometimes are collected and sent to Asia. The evidence used to determine the suspension was not shared with us. We don't even know how the decision was taken and how the report was actually drafted. In 2016, we did have a visitor, a student from a Canadian university, who did very good work indeed. He shared his research with us. On his return home, he summarized his work. We organized a side event, and he actually shared his information with Mr. Daniel, who I think is in the room. In any case, we have done everything possible to show that we have been rather unfairly treated, if I may say. We don't really see why this suspension of trade has been imposed. We're talking about a mere 300 kilos per annum. Now, there may be some that have been traded without a proper permit, and if so, we apologize for that illegal trade, and we'll have to do what we can about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal, and I invite you to engage with the Secretariat, as I believe your points are related to the review of significant trade. Thank you, Senegal. Again, I will open the floor for comments on the proposals of decisions related to seahorses in document 70, notably 70.2. And I will see if there's any disagreement in particular with the proposed approach by the Animals Committee. I will open the floor to members of the Standing Committee as well as observer parties. Poland, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As for the document 70.1, we take note of the report and thank this University of British Columbia that had independently secured funding from the United States National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration to undertake the study on seahorse trade. We'd like to also thank Monaco and also, once again, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for funding, which made Secretariat's contribution to production of a subset of the implementation reports possible. And Madam Chair, as for the 70.2, we take note and support the draft decision for COP19 presented in that document. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Poland. I will continue to take any comments on the decisions from members of the Standing Committee as well as observer parties. So I see North America, followed by India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The North American region wishes to express our appreciation to Project Seahorse for its hard work to assist CITES parties in fulfillment of this decision. As a strong supporter of the seahorse conservation, the North American region supports the draft decisions in paragraph 7 of the Standing Committee 74 document 70.2 for submission to the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. Thanks.
Thank you so much, North America. Next on my list is India, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To begin with, we would like to highlight the that all seahorses receive the highest degree of protection under Indian law, and that reports of illegal trade of these species will be looked into. This being said, we have serious concerns with the implementation report in respect of India, which forms the basis of the summary in Annex 2, especially the process by which it has been produced. Chair, it is our understanding that CITES-led investigations into illegal trade that occur on the territory of a party take place at the invitation of that party and with its consent. In this instance, this has not happened. Paragraph C of Decision 18.229 directs the Secretariat, subject to external funding, to commission a study on trade in hippocampus species. The Management Authority of India has not received any official communication from the CITES Secretariat that this study was being undertaken or that an external consultant had been appointed to carry it out. The Secretariat has stated in its report that it was not involved in the selection of the countries for the implementation reports and that it is not responsible for any geographical references or opinions expressed in the reports produced by the project Seahorse. A cursory reading of the implementation report for India indicates inaccuracies and a number of unsubstantiated claims. India therefore requests the Standing Committee and the Animals Committee to note its objections to the report. We request that no part of the report in relation to India is used for the purpose of any future decisions, recommendations, or other action. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, India. So we note your concerns with the project that was, the study that was provided, and we also invite you to raise your concerns with the consultant. As I understood, this was done through independent funding. But thank you, India. We take note of your concerns. I will continue to take any comments from members' parties. I will also invite perhaps one comment from observers. There's one. Good. I really appreciate the good grace with observers are taking the restrictions I'm placing, so thank you. In the back corner, I think, is that PJAC? Thank you.
Yes, Chair, and thank you. Seahorses are common in the U.S. aquarium trade, but are almost exclusively aquacultured, and of those, most are traded domestically. While we welcome the interest in studying the hippocampus, we believe that studying just the trade in these species will fail to yield meaningful results, since the biggest impact to the species by far is bycatch, not trade in wild-caught specimens. Because the seahorse is so successfully aquacultured, we would suggest that CITES should examine the potential risks and benefits to implementing a model similar to the OMAs that Mexico uses to raise and release CITES-listed tarantulas as a method of maintaining the hippocampus populations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Pet Joint Advisory Council. So thank you, everyone. Based on the interventions I've heard, I hear general agreement with the decisions as presented in annex of document 70.2. Not annex, just in document 70.2. And so the Standing Committee agrees with this transmission of these decisions to the Conference of the Parties, and we take note of the report of the Secretariat on the work relating to seahorses. Thank you, everyone. We will now turn our attention to the next item on the agenda, Queen Conch. So this is Doc 79, and this document has been prepared by the Secretariat. So Secretariat, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. In this document, the Secretariat reports on its implementation of decisions 18.275, 18.277, and 18.278 on Queen Conch, specifically on the 4th and 5th meetings of the CFMC, OSPESCA, WIC-FC, CRFM, CITES Working Group on Queen Conch, and its meetings in 2019 and 2021, respectively, as well as on the level of illegal trade in Queen Conch as reported by parties in their their annual illegal trade reports between 2016 and 2020. The Secretariat further draws the Standing Committee's attention to a project entitled Seizing the Trade and Business Potential of Blue Biotrade Products for Promoting Sustainable Livelihoods and Conservation of Marine Diversity in Selected Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, or OECS, countries. And this is called the Blue Biotrade Project, which focuses on Queen Conch. In this project, the CITES Secretariat is working with UNCTAD and OECS with 3 beneficiary parties: Grenada, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And the aim is to work towards the development of a regional action plan for Queen Conch for the OECS region. So the Standing Committee is invited to note the information contained in the document and to remind parties that the guidelines for the preparation of the CITES annual illegal trade report indicates that shells should be reported by number and that meat should be reported by kilograms. And further to the information contained in this document, the Standing Committee is also invited to direct the Secretariat to propose to the COP those elements of decisions 18.275 to 18.280 on Queen Conch that have not yet been addressed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, for introducing your report on Queen Conch. This is agenda item 79. So the Standing Committee has been invited to note the report, to remind parties that the guidelines for the annual illegal trade report. And the Secretariat additionally invites the Standing Committee to direct the Secretariat to propose to COP those elements of the existing decisions that have not yet been addressed. So I will seek the views of the Standing Committee on these recommendations, starting with members of the Standing Committee. Poland, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to thank the Secretariat for the efforts made in drafting the report. We would like to stress the importance of the collective regional efforts and continuation of the work for combating illegal trade and strengthening enforcement for the survival of the species, which is a growing concern. We support the recommendations, and in view of the implementation of the decisions and upcoming COP19, we encourage range states to continue to engage. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you, Poland. I also have Peru, please. Peru, you have the floor.
Buenos días.
Good morning. I'm speaking on behalf of Honduras as they were unable to attend. They would like to thank the Secretariat for their report, which they support, and would like to thank those who have countries that have provided them with support in this respect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peru. On behalf of Honduras, I will continue to take any interventions from members of the Standing Committee, and I will also invite observer parties who might wish to comment. I see one request. So the United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States thanks the Secretariat for the information and updates on implementation of the CITES decisions for Queen Conch, and supports the Standing Committee noting the information provided in Document 79. We also support the Secretariat's recommendations regarding the decisions that have yet to be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. Panama, please.
Thank you, and greetings, everyone. We have a complete prohibition on trade with respect to this species, but we do have a problem with it being caught for domestic consumption. We would like to thank those who have funded us for our programs on Queen Conch, and we would like to say that we are intending to carry out a study so that we can deal with this domestic consumption and its possible links with external trade. Thank you.
Thank you, Panama. So I don't see any further requests from parties. I take right now the read of the room to be supportive of the recommendations provided by the Secretariat. I will see if there's one intervention from observers. Okay. Seeing no requests for the floor, I conclude that the Standing Committee agrees to note the information contained in Doc 79, that we agree to remind parties that the guidelines for the preparation of the CITES annual illegal trade report indicates that shells should be reported by number and meat should be reported in kilograms. We further agree to direct the Secretariat to propose to COP those elements of decisions 18275 through 18280 on Queen Conch that have not yet been addressed for the consideration and adoption by the Conference of the Parties. Thank you. That concludes our discussion on item 79. And now we will turn to item 65 on precious corals. So document 65 has been submitted by the Animals Committee. So I will invite the chair of the Animals Committee if you can give your report, please.
Thank you, Chair. At COP18, decisions 17192 and 17193 on precious corals were renewed. Following the postponement due to COVID-19 of the 31st meeting of the Animals Committee, the Animals Committee took a number of intersessional decisions, including the establishment of an intersessional working group on precious corals. At AC 31 online in June 21, the Animals Committee considered the summary of the study on a global report on the biology, fishery and trade of precious corals conducted by the FIO. The committee also considered the results of the intersessional working group. In the document before us, the Animals Committee provides recommendations on conservation, sustainable use and international trade on precious corals based on this report. These recommendations can all be found in detail in the document AC 31 Doc 23 addendum and include recommendations to parties to continue strengthen domestic measures conserving all precious corals and make NDFs for export of CITES listed black coral species. Recommendations to the Standing Committee to consider the challenges posed by the lack of specific custom codes on international trade in precious corals and their parts and derivatives when reviewing the report by FAO and making its recommendations. A recommendation to the Secretariat to follow up on cases of illegal trade of CITES-listed black corals and report back to Animals and Standing Committee as appropriate. In paragraphs 3 and 4, the Animals Committee notes decision 17181 and that potential impacts on coral populations in the wild should be taken into account to understand the coral diversity within the marine environment. The Standing Committee is therefore invited to consider the information and recommendations of the Animals Committee made in accordance with decision 17192. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair of the Animals Committee. So the Animals Committee has invited the Standing Committee to consider the information and recommendations of the Animals Committee, which were found in, sorry, I'm making sure I have all my documents here. In AC 31 Doc 23 Addendum Annex 2. So hopefully everyone's brought those cross-referenced together. So I will open the floor for any comments from the Standing Committee. So, Standing Committee members, I see Poland, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to thank the Animals Committee for all work done in the issue, and we take note of the information provided and support the proposed recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Poland. I will see if there are additional comments from members of the Standing Committee. And I'll also invite observer parties who may wish to comment. So I see Peru, please.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Thank you, Madam. We also support the document. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Peru. I will continue to take comments from members of the Standing Committee. I've also invited observer parties who may wish to comment. And I will open the floor to see if there's one observer or more who wish to comment. I see the United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States wishes to thank the Intersessional Working Group of the Animals Committee on Precious Corals for the recommendation on actions to enhance the conservation and sustainable use in international trade, which was endorsed by the Animals Committee. We support these recommendations and recommend their submission by the Standing Committee to COP19 for consideration and adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. Okay, I don't see any further requests for the floor. So I think there's general agreement. I just want to check a process issue. Thank you. Sorry, I was just taking a look at the recommendations because I want to be really clear on what we're bringing to the Conference of the Parties. So I hear support for the recommendations provided by the Animals Committee in Annex 2 of Doc 23. And the Animals Committee has made a number of points, which they've numbered 1, 2, and 3. So I understand that the Standing Committee therefore agrees that we should transmit these recommendations to the Conference of the Party in fulfillment of our obligations under Decision 17.193. Apologies there, I just got a little lost in my documents. Thank you very much. And I think that concludes our discussion on SC 74, Doc 65. So the next item on our agenda is turtles, tortoise and freshwater turtles, document 80. So thank you, everyone. So now we are looking at SC 74, Agenda Item 80. There are two documents. 80.1 is the report of the Secretariat, and 80.2 is the report of Madagascar. As we heard yesterday, unfortunately, Madagascar was unable to attend the meeting. The report from Madagascar in document 80.2 has been available online for some time. And so at this point, I would imagine that I would invite the Standing Committee to take note of the report from Madagascar. So I will turn then to document 80.1 and invite the Secretariat, please, to make their presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, distinguished delegates. Now, at SC 73, the Standing Committee agreed recommendations as presented in paragraph 3 of the document prepared by the Secretariat. The Standing Committee requested the Secretariat to continue to monitor illegal trade in tortoises and freshwater turtle specimens as it affects Madagascar, and the measures being implemented by Madagascar to address it and to report to the Committee at the present meeting. The Standing Committee also invited Madagascar to report, and as you've heard the Chair say, there's 2 documents for this agenda item. Now, the document prepared by the Secretariat summarizes key elements from the report submitted by Madagascar. The Secretariat welcomes the various activities conducted or ongoing in Madagascar as the party reported upon, which includes, amongst others, capacity building activities, implementation of a zero-tolerance policy towards wildlife crime, implementation of a GEF7 project, public awareness raising activities, and ongoing work to establish an anti-corruption unit. Regarding information on seizures, arrests and prosecutions provided by Madagascar, the Secretariat notes that for most of the cases, information on prosecutions and penalties are not provided. The Secretariat concluded that room for improvement regarding the successful prosecution of cases continued to exist, as information on prosecutions and convictions is lacking for 21 out of the 38 cases reported upon. Madagascar continues to be affected by illegal trade in tortoises and freshwater turtles, and continued and further scaled up efforts remains essential. The recommendations prepared by the Secretariat are presented in paragraph 33 of the present document. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So thank you to the Secretariat for their report on these activities under these 2 decisions on tortoise and freshwater turtle. The Secretariat is invited to agree to a number of recommendations that are The Standing Committee is invited to agree to a number of recommendations that are found in paragraph 33. So I will open the floor to comments from members of the Standing Committee. I will also open the floor to observer parties. Poland, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We support recommendations in the document, acknowledge measures taken by Madagascar, and at the same time encourage Madagascar to carry on constant improvements in the area of limiting illegal trade in its tortoises and freshwater turtles. Thank you.
Thank you. Poland? Mexico, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mexico agrees with the recommendations made by the Secretariat and urges Madagascar to strengthen their efforts in these activities with these species. And Mexico also takes note of this document and will be keeping interest on these species in Mexico, on the implementation of the legislation and the importance of this species in Mexico. We take good note of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. I'll continue to open the floor for members of the Standing Committee as well as observer parties. And I will also invite invite observers who wish to comment to raise their flag. Okay, so seeing no further requests for the floor, I understand that the Standing Committee concurs with the recommendations found in paragraph 33 of document 80.1. And we encourage Madagascar to continue with its efforts and we take note of the report from Madagascar found in document 80.2. Thank you, parties. So now we are catching up to yesterday evening. Next on our agenda is item 59, registration of operations. We will start with item 59.1, registration of the operation Earth Ocean Farms. So we have item 59.1, registration of Operation Earth Ocean Farms. There are two documents here, a report of the Secretariat and a report by Mexico. So I will ask both documents to be presented, and then we will begin the deliberations. I will start with the document prepared by the Secretariat. So Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On 17 April 2018, the Secretariat received an application from Mexico to include Totoaba McDonaldi bred by Earth Ocean Farms in the CITES Register of Operations that breed Appendix I animal species for commercial purposes. The Secretariat received objections from Israel and the United States of America, respectively, to this proposed registration and consulted the Animals Committee. The Animals Committee is of the view that the proposal largely fulfills the requirement for a registration of a breeding facility for the Appendix I species Totoaba McDonaldi under Resolution Conf 12.10 Rev Cop 15. However, to be fully convinced, the Animals Committee would ask Mexico to respond to the questions raised in paragraph 7 of document SC 74.59.1.1. In terms of decision-making by the Standing Committee is invited to consider the objections concerning the application by Mexico to register the captive breeding operation of Ocean Farms in accordance with Resolution 12.10, Annex 2, Paragraph 4. And the two options are: if the committee considers the objections trivial or ill-founded, it shall reject them, and the application shall be accepted. Or if the committee considers the objections justified, it should review the response of the applying party and decide whether or not to accept the application. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So now I will invite Mexico to present their document 59.1.2. Mexico, please.
Thank you, Secretariat. Thank you, Chair. In this case, Mexico, on this issue, we would like to inform the room that in this case, this farm, Ocean Farms, made a request a few months ago requesting the registration to come to this Standing Committee meeting and present their defense and they and explain the situation. We have treated the request, and as you know, the units for the management of wildfare, the UMAS in Mexico, they are one of the very important strategies in Mexico for the conservation and sustainable existence through breeding facilities for the reinstating of the Totoaba species amongst other species, because local populations are also involved so they can benefit from the biodiversity of our country in a legal manner. The request for a Totoaba breeding facility, we currently have 9 farms in the country which carry out a national trade. Only one has done a request to CITES due to administrative issues and technology issues. Only one, Ocean Farms, has done this request. The other 8 will be following up. And in this sense, it's a national policy of the Environment Ministry to carry out this strategy through breeding facilities, through farms. Totoaba is farm bred in Mexico now for 20 years, and its meat is being legally and sustainably and traceably farmed and traded in Mexico. Mexico has currently those 9 farms, and around 457,000 Totoabas have been bred and freed in the wild. Farms strengthen and help to protect and help in conservation efforts of the species. We recognize that aquaculture, in this case farms, can help support and help strengthen the social participation of local populations, the conservation of the species for the region, as well as helping with local employment, a region that has recently suffered because of this trade. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. So Mexico's provided a bit of an update in 59.1.2, which they invite us to take into consideration. And they outlined some key recommendations or considerations in paragraph 12 of document 59.1.2. So Standing Committee, in accordance with Resolution Conf 1210, we are invited to consider if the objections are trivial or ill-founded, or otherwise, if the objections are justified, to review the response and decide whether or not to accept the application to register Earth Ocean Farms. So I will open the floor to, starting with members of the Standing Committee. Panama, please.
Thank you, Chair. Así como bien mencionó el compañero de México,
As the colleague from Mexico has said, aquaculture can be a real help to help control illegal fishing and help replenish Totoaba stockpiles. One thing that we need to take into account and that needs to be accepted is currently the country doesn't have an official position, but it's important to have a genetic tracing of those aquaculture and farm fished, as well as the fact that those fish not be withdrawn from their natural marine ecosystem, as well as is important that there is an engagement in not destroying the swim bladders so that we do not see that illegal trade of swim bladders, which is really what's put that species endangered. Thank you.
Thank you, Panama, for emphasizing the importance of controlling, in particular, swim bladders to not contribute to illegal trade. I will continue to take comments and in particular to views on the recommendations to the Standing Committee in line with Resolution Conf 1210. I will also open the floor to parties who wish to comment. So I see Canada, Brazil, and the United States. Canada, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, Mexico, for that update. Canada has carefully reviewed Mexico's application for CITES registration of the facility, and the additional information provided by Mexico, particularly the information provided in the July INFDOC related to discouraging illegal trade through the promotion of alternative livelihoods. Canada notes the additional safeguards raised by Mexico about stock and stockpiles and the non-commercialization of swim bladders for the current CITES registration. and the assurances that they will be destroyed. Canada finds that the information satisfies the requirements of both Resolution Conf 10.16 and Resolution Conf 12.10 and supports the registration of this operation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. Next was Brazil, followed by the United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Brazilian national legislation supports sustainable development, and we do believe that the Mexicans are trying to do their part in this through this commercial breeding operation. Therefore, we believe that the application should be accepted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brazil. Next, I had the United States.
Thank you, Chair. The United States has carefully considered the additional and updated information provided in SC 74, Doc 59.1.1 and 59.1.2 regarding the application to register Earth-Ocean Farms. While we do not have specific concerns with the biological or technical merits of the application in accordance with Resolution Conf 12.10, we do not agree that law enforcement issues have been resolved. Illegal trade of wild-caught Totoaba maw continues unabated, along with the illegal use of gill nets in protected waters, as noted in the Secretariat's report under Document 28.5. Thus, the United States remains strongly opposed to the registration of Earth-Ocean Farms breeding facility for Totoaba for several reasons. First and foremost is our principal concern that authorizing legal and commercial trade in Appendix 1 species, while illegal harvest and trade is ongoing, uncontrolled, and pervasive in the wild, is not supportive of conservation. As we are all aware, the illegal trade in Totoaba is simultaneously jeopardizing the survival of another Appendix 1 species, the vaquita. We believe that registering this facility will hamper critical enforcement efforts to control illegal trade. We understand CITES to be a convention that aims to be supportive of sustaining species. We see a concerning trend to register operations to breed Appendix 1 species for commercial purposes where there is known and unabated illegal harvest and trade. We understand the idea behind the registration of these facilities is that they will reduce the demand on wild source specimens and thus be supportive of conservation. However, in our view, evidence does not support this notion. We still see illegal harvest of sturgeon in the Caspian for international trade, for African greys in Africa, and we fear that this will be the case with the registration for Totoaba, while also leading to the extinction of vaquita on our watch as a direct result of our decision-making. In the case of Totoaba, we are not aware of any credible evidence that demonstrates an opening of legal trade in captive-bred Totoaba meat or maw will reduce demand for larger, more valuable wild-caught Totoaba maw. Should the Standing Committee approve legal commercial trade in Totoaba, we will need to work even harder to meet our responsibilities to thwart illegal trade in Totoaba maw from the wild that transits our country from Mexico, destined for Asian markets. Beyond our conservation and principal concerns about the registration, under consideration, we have procedural concerns because placing a temporary restriction on an operation to breed Appendix 1 animals for commercial purposes is not conceived of under Resolution Conf 1210. And thus, if approved, we believe solidifies as precedent a risky practice for implementing the convention that has not been well considered by the Conference of the Parties. We would appreciate the COP taking a thoughtful look at these cases to see what lessons can be learned so that we are making wise decisions about procedure to support our shared interest in species sustainability in the wild. Lastly, our view is that the registration and the Standing Committee is asked to consider today is fundamentally different as a restricted registration. Our view is that the entire procedure for Resolution Conf 1210 and associated annexes should be followed to consider the changes to the registration before the Standing Committee should make a decision. Because of these issues, we don't think the decision on the Totoaba registration This particular facility is timely and should be made by Standing Committee 74, and rather SC should invite Mexico to submit the restricted registration and associated information required in Res Comp 1210 5A through B to the Secretariat as provided in 5C. Additionally, we suggest the Standing Committee consider a recommendation to COP 19 to consider the implications for species sustainability of registering operations under Res Comp 1210, where illegal trade in the wild is rampant, and where registrations are proposed as restricted registrations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, United States. I have now some members of the Standing Committee who wish to comment. So I'll start with Senegal, followed by Indonesia and Peru. Senegal, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Chair. On the current situation, Senegal is concerned by the request in question. We have high concern on the procedure because the imposal of a temporary restriction for commercial ends is not actually foreseen in Resolution COP 1210, Rev COP 15. Therefore, for the implementation, there is this issue that hasn't been taken into account. Due to the fact that Resolution COP 1210 doesn't actually include any processes for a temporary restriction, it's not clear how these restrictions on the import and export would be implemented. We still don't know if the destination would be verified or how those restrictions would be applied. We don't know either how that temporary restriction would be lifted in order to authorize trade in Totoaba. It would be important that the Conference of the Parties examine the practical implications of these restrictions, and we would therefore recommend this request being rejected. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. I'll continue to take some comments, the two comments from members of the Standing Committee. I see, I believe it was Indonesia, followed by Peru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Indonesia applauds Mexico's effort on the ex situ conservation of Totoaba and Vaquita. Indonesia considers captive breeding as the profound decision for Appendix 1 list while implementing comprehensive measures. In this regard, Indonesia takes note of the restocking management, offspring tagging, or formulation of standard system for captive breeding to be taken into account significantly. These actions could enhance illegal fishing prevention where it may occur in the range of or transit countries. Therefore, Indonesia supports the Mexico proposal with notes mentioned above, which reflects three principles of the CITES regulation. First, legality, traceability, and sustainability. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. Next, I have Peru, please.
Gracias, Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. I will be speaking on behalf of Peru and Chile. There is no regional consensus. Argentina will be taking the floor later on, and so will Brazil. We would recommend waiting until the next meeting so we have more information on the follow-up, as well as the improvement of the procedures that will allow us to track the species, in particular of Totoaba, and especially to see the efforts that will be put in place in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Peru. Israel, please.
Thank you, Chair. When this application for registration of the facility reached us in 2018, to all the parties, there were actually only 2 parties that raised objection. That was United States and Israel. And we carefully read the application, and we still see after 4 years that almost all the problems that we raised are still there. Our letters to the Secretariat are in the documents, and you can see the objections. We understand the United States' position, why this application for registration of this facility is still extremely problematic, with illegal harvest going on at such extreme levels as we discussed the other day under the issues of document 28. As the representative from Mexico stated, there are 8 or 9 facilities producing totoaba in aquaculture facilities, and that there is a domestic market for the meat of the totoaba. This domestic market for the meat will continue, whether the application is accepted or rejected. Domestic sales of totoaba meat is probably very important to the local community, as he stated, and there's absolutely no objections here within this committee to helping the local communities and their livelihoods with allowing the aquaculture to continue. The only question before this committee is to whether this facility will be allowed international trade. There doesn't seem to be very much demand internationally for totoaba meat. The only part of the totoaba that's in great demand internationally is the swim bladder. And we realize that the facility has offered that for now, they say they will destroy the swim bladders and only sell the meat. I'm not sure who they're going to sell the meat to, since there's not much demand. And this idea that they're going to destroy the swim bladders for now creates too much questions for this committee to deal with, because as was mentioned, Resolution 1210 does not deal at all with any kind of temporary restriction. It's unclear how this will be enforced, the destruction. It's unclear until when it will continue, and it's certainly unclear how it will be administered and who will decide when to stop this destruction and open up the international trade of swim bladders, if at all. There are great enforcement challenges that are presented by this idea of opening up temporary international trade in totoaba meat and destroying swim bladders temporarily. And with such a questionable enforcement environment there in that region, as we heard about in terms of the fishing problems, the 95% non-compliance with the gill net ban and other issues, it's very hard for us to feel comfortable that enforcement of this issue will be taken effectively. As we said, there doesn't seem to be any temporary restriction, as the United States said, and what we feel is, based on the application that we saw in 2018, this is now a fundamentally different application. And as it's a fundamentally different application, we feel that the Standing Committee cannot even decide whether to accept or reject it, but just simply to state that this is not the same application that has been going through this process of Resolution 1210. And therefore, since this is not the same application, Mexico or the facility would have to start the process over again by submitting a corrected application to the Secretariat in accordance with Resolution 1210, explaining what they want, issuing it to the parties, and beginning the application to see how we can judge it. At that time, of course, it'll give time for the Standing Committee and the COP maybe to make changes to 1210 and to try to understand this implications of a temporary restriction. So we would ask that this application be rejected in its current form, since it's not the same application and it leaves way too many questions open. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Israel. The question to the Standing Committee in accordance with Resolution 1210 if the objections are justified, which judging by the interventions I'm hearing, people feel is valid, it should review the response and decide whether or not to accept the application. So that is the question that we're at, as you mentioned, Israel. I take note of the comments about restrictions. It's my understanding that Mexico provided some responses based on past issues and questions that were raised by members of the Standing Committee and in response to the members of the Animals Committee. And so I'm not sure that I believe what this is a commitment from Mexico to undertake certain activities in response to those questions. And I am reviewing the resolution as we discussed to see how it's in line there. But I do think right now the question to the committee is really just based on the information that has been provided and the responses that Mexico has provided to the issues that have been raised to date, to decide whether or not to accept the application. So I will continue to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee. I see Kuwait, Namibia, and Oceania, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to align with the intervention made by Canada, Brazil, Indonesia, and support the registration. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuwait. Namibia, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Namibia would like to register her support for the registration of Earth Ocean Farms as an operation that breeds Totoaba in captivity for commercial purposes. We have reviewed this application and we find it worth supporting as it promotes sustainable use. Chairperson would like to applaud Mexico for applying precautionary measures by not requesting to trade in Totoaba mao or swim bladder at this moment. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Namibia. Oceania, please.
Thank you, Chair. Oceania aligns itself with the views expressed by the United States, Israel, and Senegal, specifically with regard to the breeding operation. Oceania acknowledges the steps taken by Mexico to respond to the matters raised by Israel, the United States, and the Animals Committee. Mexico has made substantial efforts towards Totoaba conservation, and we encourage Mexico to continue to strengthen these efforts. We also recognize the efforts of Mexico in their willingness to participate in this process. However, we do not believe that all the objections of Israel and the United States have been adequately addressed. We therefore oppose the registration of the operation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Oceania. So I do not see any further requests from Standing Committee. China, please, and then I will turn to the parties. Argentina, you're on my list.
Thank you, Madam Chair. China supports Mexico's application. Thank you.
Thank you, China. So I will turn to parties who wish to take the floor. I had the European Union and Argentina. So I'll start with the European Union, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The European Union has taken note of the Animals Committee assessment of the situation and Mexico's reply to the number of questions raised by the EU. The objections raised by other parties do not seem to be based on strong foundations. This application unmistakably meets the applications of Conf 1016, and captive breeding does offer the opportunity of protecting the species in the wild because of repopulation and the prevention of illegal trade. Based on this information and Mexico's commitments, Mexico is not, the European Union is not opposed to this application. However, we need to be assured that there will be strong enough guarantees entered to ensure that specimens that are raised in captivity for commercial purposes can be distinguished from illegally harvested specimens. It is also important that there be monitoring within the facility and that there be an ongoing assessment of the situation with respect to illegal fishing with its consequences for the vaquita. Further, in order to understand how effective the facility might be in preventing pressure on wild species, there is going to be a need for careful attention to be paid to the released specimens. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, European Union, for your comments and your additional cautions to Mexico. I had Argentina, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to thank Mexico for all of the efforts made in order to tackle illegal fishing in Totoaba and illegal trade. It is in order to protect the vaquita, which is under threat. Having considered the documents submitted, we're not sure that everything that was requested has been done. We would therefore suggest that we extend the deadline on this issue until the next COP. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Argentina. I will see if there's any further requests from the floor from parties. There's clearly divided views on the whether or not to accept the application. There's certainly lots of cautions and concerns from some parties about the impact of the registration, and in particular the impact it might have on continued illegal trade and the consequences of that illegal trade for this species and other species. But I also did hear from Indonesia, Kuwait, Namibia, China, and in the EU, I'm presuming on behalf of the member states, some support with accepting the application. So I will see if there is any further reactions to, let me see if there's a strong weighting one or the other. Right now, looking at my list, it looks like there's slightly more support, although it's quite clearly divided. I see Georgia, please.
Thank you, Chair. We would also support the registration. We think that Mexico is doing, in general, a great job for conservation and in this regard as well, so we can support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgia. That's helpful. I appreciate your comments. Okay, yeah, so I do get a sense that overall a slight majority of the representatives on the Standing Committee have expressed support for the registration. I'll let parties and members reflect on that. I will invite, as I know this is an issue of grave concern to many, so I will invite one or two short 1-minute interventions from organizations. Okay, I will take the 3 that I see. Keep your cards up, I haven't read them yet. So I see, okay, Earth Observation. I'm going to give you the last word, if that's okay. So I'm going to start with Animal Welfare Institute, IWMC, and then we are going to conclude with observations from the Earth Oceans Farms. So I will start with Animal Welfare Institute, please.
Thank you, Chair. Recognizing that the vaquita is on the precipice of extinction, the committee should not authorize any new activity that would further jeopardize the remaining vaquita. Approving this captive breeding registration would do just that by complicating enforcement efforts, allowing laundering of illegal wild-caught totoaba as captive bred, and stimulating demand for totoaba products, which would incentivize illegal fishing to the detriment of the vaquita, while ignoring Decision 18.292C, directing parties to reduce demand for totoaba products. We share the concerns, including the procedural concerns raised by the United States, Israel, Peru, Senegal, Oceania, and Argentina. In addition, as a reminder, at SC 71, the committee deferred a decision on this application, noting it would be imprudent to act before the study analyzing the potential impact of legal trade in Totoaba could be considered in detail. That study is not complete. A new mission to Mexico is pending. Therefore, approving the application at this meeting would be premature. To conclude, opening a new legal commercial market in Totoaba would pose an unacceptable risk to the vaquita. Instead, the committee should direct Mexico to focus its efforts on halting illegal Totoaba fishing and trade. Therefore, we strongly urge the Standing Committee to reject this application until the concerns articulated on the floor today have been addressed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Animal Welfare Institute. IWMC, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the previous speaker said it correctly. Mexico shall concentrate on the mission of destroying or reducing as much as possible the illegal activities. And this is precisely what this proposal will do. And I would urge the members of the standing committees and the parties to reject once and for all this fake argument that legal activities can promote or can encourage illegal one, because this is exactly the contrary that will happen with this ranching proposal. So I would therefore urge the members of the Standing Committee to approve the proposal made by Mexico. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, IWMC. And then I will give the last word to Earth Ocean Farms. Earth Ocean Farms, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Pablo Konietzko. I am the CEO of Earth Ocean Farms, a sustainable aquaculture farm in Baja California Sur in Mexico. We all heard about wild Totoaba trafficking and vaquita being endangered. This multilateral concern is being fully addressed by CITES. EOF is part of the solution, not the problem. We respectfully ask the committee to focus on the merits of our application. The Animals Committee has concluded that our registration meets the requirements under CITES resolution. Our farm has released over 150,000 Totoabas into the wild through its repopulation program. Ongoing research has detected that individuals released from captivity are surviving in the wild. Our application is to trade only in Totoaba meat, destroying the swim bladders. We will abide by destruction protocols supervised by Mexico, CITES, and any foreign observer. We have covered all the concerns for the parties, laundering and traceability. Laboratories have 100% reliability for parental genetic analysis to distinguish between aquaculture lineage to secure our system. The Global Aquaculture Alliance certified Earth Ocean Farms for best aquaculture practices. We are committed to the Upper Gulf to improve livelihoods of fishermen and community education. Help us fulfill CITES' purpose and make Totoaba a thriving species once again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Earth Ocean Farms. So thank you, members of the committee. Thank you, observers. Thank you, observer parties, for your comments. As I've previously stated, it's clear there are mixed views on this, the application and whether or not the committee can accept the application. On listening to the views expressed, overall, it's my sense that while there's clearly not consensus, the majority of standing committee members appear to be supportive of accepting the application of Earth Oceans Farms, so their application to register in accordance with Resolution Conf 1210. So I conclude that the Standing Committee will accept the registration. In addition, there have been a number of cautions raised by a number of parties and Standing Committee members here. So we take note of those cautions. We ask Mexico to take note of those cautions that have been heard. I think we want to ensure that that we recognize there are some concerns with the impact of this registration on illegal trade. I think, however, from what I've heard from Mexico and the organization in question, we can appreciate that their commitment to work with the Standing Committee and the Secretariat in continuing to monitor the impacts, including the impacts of this registration. So I will leave that on the table and see if there, okay. Israel, please.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to challenge the Chair's decision and open this for a vote. Sorry, Carolina.
Thank you, Israel. I feel we've been here before. So Israel does not concur with my assessment of the conclusions of the discussion. So in accordance with Rule 15.1, when the committee fails to reach consensus, a representative of regional members from at least 2 regions may propose that the adoption of a decision be put to a vote. So Israel, as a representative of the European region, has proposed my decision be put to a vote. I will see if there is another member, a regional member, who wishes to also put this to a vote. I'm sorry. Is there another member of the Standing Committee who wishes to put the question of registration to a vote? Are you, Senegal, are you supporting Israel's request to put this decision to a vote?
Thank you, Madam. It seems to me that there were more parties in favor. I'm not really sure if it's more parties in favor or more members of the Standing Committee who were in favor. So could you clarify that? I'm not really sure if we're talking about parties across the board, that is members and observers, or just members.
In Rule 15 on vote, I concluded that overall, in particular amongst the Standing Committee members, that there was more support for the registration. So the question, Israel did not concur with my assessment and is asking the question on registration to be put to a vote. And so in order for it to be put to a vote, I need concurrence from 2 members of the committee. So I have Israel asking for a vote. Oceania, are you suggesting? Great. So now, in accordance with Rule 15.1, the representatives from at least 2 regions have proposed that we adopt the decision by vote. I will remind everyone that in accordance with Rule 15.2, in the case of a vote, a decision of the committee shall be taken by a simple majority of the regional members casting an affirmative or negative vote. So in that regard, so that everyone is clear, the question being put to a vote is the committee accepts the application to register Earth Oceans Farms. So an affirmative vote means the committee agrees to accept the application. If you vote no, it means you do not agree with that and you would rather reject the application. So again, an affirmative vote, a vote yes, is to accept the application to register Earth Ocean Farms under Resolution Conf 12.10. Is the matter being put to a vote clear? Are there any questions of clarification regarding the matter being put to vote? Israel.
We would like clarification on whether the registration is binding on all parts and derivatives, if it requires some sort of registration on live animals, or exactly on what are we voting on, the original application of 2018?
Yeah, we are voting on the application that was presented through the Secretariat and that has gone through the process. So Mexico has made a number of commitments and additional commitments in terms of how they intend to proceed, but we are taking into account those commitments, but what we are deciding is whether or not to accept the application. Peru, did you have a question of clarification?
Thank you, Madam. Just to be clear, is this just for members and alternates of the Standing Committee? Could you clarify who is to vote?
So it is the Standing Committee that is voting. So therefore, it is the members of the Standing Committee, so the representatives of the region. In some cases where the member is unavailable, the alternate is acting in that role. So this is the case for Oceania, as New Zealand wasn't able to attend as the member, the alternate. So the alternate is fulfilling the function and will be voting. But it is the representatives of regional members who are being asked to vote. So that is the role that you are fulfilling as well for your region, Peru, if that's helpful.
Secretariat. Solo una.
If you would like, for extra clarity, I can list out all the parties who are fulfilling the role of representative who I expect to cast a vote. Would that be useful? Okay. So from Africa, Senegal, Namibia, Ethiopia, and Congo. For Asia, China, Kuwait, and Indonesia. For Central and South America and the Caribbean, it's the Dominican Republic and Peru. For Europe, Poland, Israel, Georgia, and Belgium. For North America, Canada. For Oceania, Australia. So is that clear now? Who is being requested to cast either an affirmative or negative vote? Dominican Republic, do you still have a question regarding the voting procedures?
Thank you. This is one clarification I would like, if possible. If this is a final decision that is being made, because there was one suggestion that all of this be postponed until the next meeting, with the situation being kept under consideration. So is this a matter of yes or no, or could we also decide to postpone this matter? Thank you.
The vote that's being taken, as I clarified, is whether or not to accept the application. So it is a yes or no, whether or not to accept the application. Okay. If the application is accepted, then we agree to register Earth Ocean Farms and we proceed. If the application is rejected, it's back to the organizations as to whether or not they wish to submit again. But the decision right now by the members of the Standing Committee is whether or not to accept the registration of Earth Ocean Farms as per their application some time ago. Okay. Any further questions of clarification? It's very important to me that the members of the Standing Committee be clear. I see you, Conservation Force, but I am in the midst of a vote, so I will not be taking observer interventions at this time. Any further questions? Okay, thank you. I do appreciate your patience with me. I know we do not often vote, so I do want to make sure everyone is clear. So I am going to ask for those members of the Standing Committee who vote yes to accept the application of Earth Ocean Farms to please raise your placards. If you vote yes, yes, please. So to be clear, and to make sure I get everyone's vote correct, I have an affirmative vote from Namibia and Ethiopia. I have a yes vote from Poland, Georgia, and Belgium. I have a yes vote from China, Kuwait, and Indonesia, and Dominican Republic. Muy bien. I will now ask for those members of the Standing Committee who are voting no, negative. So you reject the application, to please raise your cards high. So I have a no vote from Senegal, Congo, Peru, Israel, and Oceania. And I presume the final member of the committee abstains. So 9 members of the committee voted yes to accept the application of Earth Ocean Farms. 5 members of the committee voted no to reject the application of Earth Ocean Farms, and there was 1 abstention. In accordance with Rule 15.2, where decisions shall be taken by a simple majority of those casting an affirmative or negative vote, given there are 9 affirmative votes and 5 negative votes, the simple majority suggests that the Standing Committee has agreed by vote to accept the application of Earth Ocean Farms. So thank you, members of the committee. Thank you for your diligence in considering this question. Israel, you have an additional point?
Thank you, Chair. Before we close this agenda item, we would ask your indulgence, because of the urgency of the matter and how it relates to such a urgent issue of the vaquita, as we discussed earlier, we would like to propose a decision directed to the Secretariat related to this agenda item under the emergency procedures and the rules of procedure on urgent matters. And the draft decision directed to the Secretariat, I'll read slowly as we propose. A, the Secretariat shall work with Mexico to establish effective enforcement of the international trade in totoaba by the registered EOF facility. B, the Secretariat will report on these steps to the Standing Committee. C, no international trade of any totoaba parts and derivatives will begin from this facility until it is approved by the Standing Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Israel. I believe I did hear willingness from Mexico to work with the committee and to provide updates and information. I do not believe that, given that we have accepted the registration of this facility, that we can impose a restriction on international trade until approval by the Standing Committee. I don't think that is in line with the decision that was accepted by the Standing Committee right now to accept the registration. So I don't think we can discuss that third point. However, if there is agreement, we could ask for an update. We could request Mexico if they could provide us with an update on the activities of the facility and their linkages to the The activities are undertaken under the effective enforcement of international to prevent the illegal trade of totoaba. Mexico, I know, is providing a report as part of the decisions that were directed to it by the Standing Committee in the previous document. Perhaps we could include some asking Mexico for some commentary on the activities of this registered facility in that report. Mexico, if that seems to be agreeable to Mexico. That would be my suggestion to address the point you raised, Israel. I see some nodding heads on my suggestion. I particularly see nodding heads from Mexico. Japan, did you wish to also comment on this?
Not on this, on the substance of the matter, thank you. But on the procedure point, just like May I speak now? Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. It is with great regret once again to take this floor to express our concern over over some delegation resulting to voting at this forum. So we don't want to see that happening again. But since Japan is not a member of the Standing Committee, I feel a little bit powerless. But I just need to reiterate my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. We note your regrets, and I'm sure that will be taken note of in the summary record. So I would like to conclude this item. Again, we have concluded the decision at hand, which is whether or not to register the operation. So I would like to move forward. I have noted that this was not a unanimous decision, that there was a number of concerns. And so my suggestion, given those concerns, is to ask Mexico as part of their next regular report to the Secretariat to include information on the activities associated with the registered facility to which Mexico has agreed. I think that is a reasonable way forward. That also is in line with the decisions that have been directed to us. So if everyone is acceptable with that, I would like to move on. I do see some half flags. So do you really want? Okay. I will take a last comment from the United States and then Mexico, and then I will conclude. United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you may expect, we're profoundly disappointed with the outcome. We're taking the floor in order to make sure that everyone in this room is fully aware that even though totoaba can now be traded commercially, it is still prohibited trade from the United States as it is an endangered species under our domestic legislation. And so we wanted to make sure that everyone was fully aware of that. And we also would like our intervention submitted formally as part of the full summary record. And I'll provide a version of that is a little cleaner for the rapporteurs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, United States. Your point is noted. Mexico, you have the last word, and then I'm going to close this item. Mexico, please.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to everyone in the room. Indeed, we have seen this process of registration approved for the commercial purposes of meat and only meat. We take into account all the comments made by the United States, Israel, Oceania, in terms of the needs of a rethinking of better practices, protocols, and many answers that are necessary from a scientific point of view. And it is also important to ratify once and again that the aquaculture standards in totoaba farms, in the 9 existing farms, is to strengthen precisely and to slow down illegal fishing of totoaba so that we only can trade legally. And it's important to take into account that that we want to trade in meat and not the swim bladder. We stand ready as well for that mission in Mexico to bring all the information to the table as it's been requested and to indeed analyze the demand, which indeed is only and exclusively international for the swim bladder of Totoaba. That trade is an international demand, and so it's important that we indeed go into this information to analyze the impact and continue with the conservation of these species. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico, for your remarks and your acknowledgement of the concerns and your commitment to try to address them. So thank you, parties and Standing Committee members and observers. I will now turn our attention to SC 74, Doc 59.2. And I believe this one may be changed. Before we turn our attention to Doc 59.2, I was discussing with the Uzbekistan who submitted this registration request, and Uzbekistan had indicated to me that they intended to withdraw this request to address some of the concerns. And so thus, I believe we do not need to consider 59.2 at this time. If Uzbekistan is in the room and can confirm my understanding is correct, I would greatly appreciate it. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since it's our first intervention, we would like to extend our gratitude to Madam Secretary General, Madam Chair Standing Committee, Secretariat, and the Government of France for organizing and hosting the 71st Standing Committee meeting of CITES Convention. Allow me to inform that the recommendations of the Secretariat based on the Animals Committee conclusion given in the document 59.2, registration of the Operation Tugan Falconry Club, Uzbekistan, breeding Falco peregrinoides and Falco peregrinus will be thoroughly studied by the administrative and scientific bodies of CITES in the Republic of Uzbekistan and resubmitted for consideration by the Standing Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Uzbekistan. So based on your intervention, I understand that Uzbekistan is committing to review the issues that were raised and to address these issues, and so they will resubmit that information at a future time. And so therefore, the Standing Committee can take into consideration any issues at a later date. So with that, perhaps at this time we can just take note of document 59.2 and note the comments from Uzbekistan. Does that seems to be agreeable? So so we can just take note of document 59.2 and note the intervention from Uzbekistan. Okay. So, committee, thank you very much. We are making good progress, which makes me feel very good. The next item is item 57. I would like to take this item after lunch. So item 57 on the review of trade of animal specimens reported as produced in captivity. I would like to take this item first thing in the afternoon. And I will take that item, and I will also take item 30 on the review of significant trade, first thing in the afternoon. So both of those items have a number of recommendations from the scientific committees, and we are probably best able to deal with them when we are fresh from lunch. So with your agreement then, we will pass item 57 for now, and we will turn our attention to item 55, Captive Bred and Ranch Specimens, report of the Secretariat, please. Secretariat, when you're ready, you have the floor.
Oops, sorry, thank you, Chair. My apologies. I'm tangled here. So in document SC 74, Doc 55, the Secretariat reports on the organisation of a capacity building workshop in March 2021 to provide training for African parties on how to use and apply the Guide to the Application to CITES source codes and guidelines for the inspection of captive breeding and ranching facilities. These are two publications that were produced in 2017. In order to provide additional capacity building support to parties in relation to the use of source codes and the inspection of captive breeding and ranching facilities, thanks to funding from the European Union and Switzerland, the Secretariat partnered with IUCN to develop a mobile and a tablet application or an app for firstly determining the correct source codes to use for specimens, and secondly for undertaking inspections of captive breeding and ranching facilities for CITES listed taxa and evaluating compliance of those facilities with the requirements of the Convention. And these two documents that were produced in 2017 were used for the basis of the development of this app. So based on these guidance documents, the Secretariat worked with IUCN to develop this app, which is known as Kappa CITES. And the details on how to download these freely available apps is provided in the document. Now, this is the first time that the Secretariat has engaged in such an initiative, and we are eager to find out if parties find this a useful resource. So the Standing Committee is invited to encourage parties to make use of this app and to provide feedback on its usefulness either to the Secretariat or directly through the app, which has a feedback mechanism. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, for your report on captive bred and ranch specimens, and in particular, you are seeking to encourage parties to make use of the app and to provide any feedback to the Secretariat on its usefulness. So I will see if there's any comments from members of the Standing Committee. I will also invite observer parties who may wish to comment. The United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We applaud the Secretariat for taking the initiative to develop this app and look forward to hearing the response from parties in applying it. Although we note that the app was developed based on two documents that were prepared in response to previous decisions, we would seek clarification on whether the Animals Committee has had an opportunity to review the app and the information contained therein, and if not, would suggest that the Animals Committee be requested to review the information and the app and provide its feedback as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States, for your question. I understand that the Animals and Plants Committee have not had that opportunity, but as one of the capacity building tools, they certainly can be invited to review it. And so the recommendation from the United States for the consideration here is that additionally, the Standing Committee requests the Secretariat invite the Animals and Plants Committee to review the app and provide their feedback. I will continue to take interventions. I did see nods from the Animals Committee Chair on that suggestion. And I open the floor to any observers who might wish to make a short comment on document 55. Okay. So seeing no further requests for the floor, the Standing Committee takes note of the report from the Secretariat. We encourage parties to try out this app and provide feedback on it to the Secretariat. And we also request the Secretariat to invite the Animals and Plants Committee to also provide their feedback on the app. Thank you, committee. So that concludes our discussion on item 55, and we will now turn our attention to item 56. Review of CITES provisions related to trade in specimens of animals and plants not of wild source. So this document was submitted by Spain as chair of the working group, of the Standing Committee Working Group on Captive Bred and Ranch Specimens. As with all the intersessional chairs, I do express my appreciation to Spain for taking on this task. I understand that the individual who fulfilled the role as chair is not present, and she has, I believe, asked a member of the working group to present the report on her behalf. I think, Canada, you're up again. So Canada, please, if you could present the report of the intersessional working group on captive bred and ranch specimens on behalf of Spain. Thank you, Canada.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I have my document this time, so I'm very happy about that. Canada was indeed a member of the working group on the review of CITES provisions related to trade in specimens of animals and plants not of wild source, and I am pleased to present the working group report as contained in document 56. At the 18th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, decision 18.173 was adopted on the review of CITES provisions related to trade in specimens of animals and plants of not wild source. The working group was established at the 72nd meeting of the Standing Committee, and the membership included 27 parties and 26 observers. And Spain was very kind in chairing this very challenging issue. So I express my appreciation for Spain for taking on this task. To conduct the review that was mandated by the COP, the working group was mandated to do two things, A and B. A was to consider a report from the Secretariat and its annexes, and this contained a review that was prepared earlier by the CITES Secretariat on provisions related to trade in specimens of animals and plants not of wild source, the underlying CITES policy assumptions that may have contributed to the uneven application of Article 7, paragraphs 4 and 5. It contains Secretariat recommendations, and the working group was also to consider the recommendations of the Animals Committee and the Plants Committee under decision 18.172. The second task of the working group was to review the key issues and challenges in the application of the Convention to non-wild specimens and draft appropriate recommendations, including amendments to existing resolutions or development of a new resolution or decisions to address these issues and challenges for consideration of COP19. The working group held 2 virtual meetings. However, owing to the pandemic, coupled with the complexity of this issue, the working group was not able to complete its mandate, but I'm happy to report that some good progress was made. In this regard, I will report on element A of the mandate. There were important contributions to the analysis of underlying CITES policies and assumptions that may have contributed to the uneven application of Article 7, paragraphs 4 and 5. Given the time limits and the complexities of the mandate, however, the working group focused its discussions on certain amendments to Resolution Conf 1016 and Resolution Conf 12.3 Rev Cop 18 with a goal of resolving some of the identified inconsistencies. The working group did not consider plants. The working group agreed to proposed amendments to Resolution Conf 1016 as included in Annex 1 and to amendments to Resolution Conf 12.3 Rev Cop 18 regarding source code definitions in Section I, paragraph 3, little j of the resolution. If approved, these amendments will help clarify some of the inconsistencies identified and will help in closing some of the problematic loops that were identified by the working group. In this regard, the working group concluded its deliberations and came to agreement on source codes W and D. The working group proposes 3 options for consideration of the Committee on Source Code C and notes that further consideration is needed pertaining source code F. The comments to amendments to Resolution Conf 12.3 that were not fully discussed by the working group are contained in Annex 2 of the document. I think the goal is to have those for future use. The working group is also proposing a set of decisions for the Standing Committee to forward to the Conference of the Parties for its 19th meeting that will allow the work to continue into the next intersessional period, given that it was not concluded. And the working group invites the Standing Committee to consider the results and the recommendations from the working group, as mentioned earlier, and as presented in paragraphs 7 to 9 and annexes 1 and 2. My understanding, although it doesn't say in the document, is that the working group's intention was to submit those amendments to COP19. And the Standing Committee is also invited to consider the draft decisions proposed in paragraph 11 to submission to COP19. I would just like to add, given that I participated in the working group on behalf of Canada, I thought it would be helpful to note that the discussions of the working group were really separated into 2 categories. First, the discussions were related on the implementation of the resolutions 10.16 and 12.3 that would address the problems relating to the definition of bred in captivity and the source codes for specimens that are bred in captivity. So we were able to come to conclusion on some of those items. The second part was the discussion on the interpretation of Articles 7, paragraph 4 and 5, particularly for Appendix 1 species that range from clarification of the original implementation or intent of these articles to some thoughts on the current interpretation of these exemptions. How could they be amended, the resolutions to address the problematic areas of implementation? There were some extensive discussions and proposals that were made to the working group that would be very useful to consider as this moves forward. I think that there was a very good foundation laid, and the working group very much would like this work to continue. That's my introduction. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. So the Intersessional Working Group on this issue has brought forward some of its conclusions for consideration and submission to the Conference of the Parties by the Standing Committee, and notes amongst its conclusions that it did not address the full of its mandate and has some suggested decisions. And so if I understood correctly, the working group is inviting the Standing Committee to agree with the proposed amendments to Resolution Conf 1016 found in Annex 1. And it is also has reached agreement on an amendment to the definition of source code D as found in paragraph 9. It provides some views on possible amendments to the definition of source code C. So I'll take your views on that. And it provides 2 decisions to continue to send to the Conference of the Parties in order to continue this work after the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. So I will take views from, starting with Standing Committee members on the recommendations from the working group. Belgium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks also to Canada for the excellent summary of the complicated work that we undertook. Belgium was also part of the working group, and I certainly agree that we had very useful and extensive discussions, and that there is a need to continue these discussions after COP19. With regards to the suggested changes on the definitions of source code as contained in paragraph 9, we agree to the amendments for code D, except for the text in brackets, which must be referred to the plants committee because we only looked at the animal related elements. With regards to source code C, we have a preference for option 3. And with regards to source code F, we fully agree that more discussion will be needed. With regards to the changes in Annex 1, so to the resolution Conf 10.16, we agree to them. And we, like I said, certainly agree to support the continuation of the working group. And given the complexity of the issues at hand and the remaining issues at hand, we were thinking if perhaps the renewed mandate could be limited to discussions on animal species and try to come to some conclusion and then afterwards see whether or not they can be translated, either copy-pasted for plant species or slightly adapted, but in order to move forward, perhaps some reduction in the mandate could be envisaged, so to limit it to animal species. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium, and thank you for your suggestions. So firstly, I note that you agree with the amendments in Annex 1. You have some remarks on some of the proposals in paragraph 9, and that will help me determine if we are ready or if that needs to also be considered in the next intersessional period. And you are suggesting that the decisions be directed firstly to address these issues with respect to animals. So I will see if there are comments on this approach and commentary, and I will continue to seek views from members of the Standing Committee, and I will also invite observer parties who wish to comment. Canada, please, followed by the United States.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of Canada only, as we did not reach consensus on these items. Canada, with regards to the recommendations proposed under paragraph 9, Canada agrees with the recommendations made for the changes, the proposed amendments to source code D. In addition, Canada's preferred option is option 1 with regards to source code C. We just appreciate the simplicity of this option, but we would be willing to consider the other options. They communicate the same message in just a different way. And with regard to source code F, we fully agree that more discussion is needed, and I note that Annex 2 seems to have the same wording in both boxes. It does not capture what was recommended, like the initial discussions from the working group, which was to replace the word born with the word conceived, to align the proposed amendments for F1 and F2 in Resolution 10.6. So it would be important to capture that. With regards to the discussion presented in Annex 2, as Belgium noted, the discussions that the working group had were quite extensive. I think it would be quite important to capture those discussions so that they could be used by the next working group, assuming one would be established. And I wonder if the Secretariat has captured all of those. Otherwise, Canada was considering capturing some of those, at least Canadian interventions that contributed to this discussion in an INF doc for COP. So I just think there was so much value in what we did. It would be a shame to not pick up from where that working group left in the future. Canada agrees with the proposed decisions. We do have a number of amendments to propose to those decisions. In principle, we would consider the proposal by Belgium because we did have as a working group a series of difficulties dealing with both plants and animals at the same time. So I really appreciate that proposal. With regard to the decisions themselves, should I read our proposed amendments, Chair, or would you like to listen to the discussion first?
I'll listen to your proposed amendments, Canada, but I would appreciate if you could keep your intervention focused on the decisions for the committee. I've taken your points regarding Annex 2. I think that's something that can be picked up in the report to the Conference of the Parties. Right now, I want to focus on what the committee is agreed and wants to take to the Conference of the Parties. So, yes, please read your proposals amended to the decisions proposed by the working group.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Decision 19AA, directed to the Standing Committee. Little a, we would like to add continue to, that would be new language, then continue consider amendments to resolution, and then after resolution Conf 1213 add, as well as any amendments to other resolutions, and continue with concerning provisions on trade in specimens of CITES listed animals and plants not of wild source, including, so this would be an addition, including the interpretation of use for primarily commercial purposes in quote, comma, and continue on taking into account and so on. For B, after the first comma, where it says CITES listed animals, plant species, add, in particular, key elements that may contribute to the uneven application of Article 7, paragraphs 4 and 5, and delete communicate to and add, consider the scientific advice and guidance, and then the text continues, from the Animals and Plants Committee on the need, and then add, for implementing these articles differently for either animal specimens from species bred in captivity or plant specimens that are artificially propagated. And then delete the rest of B that was there.
Can you read B as it would be proposed by Canada, as it was difficult to follow the insertions and deletions?
Okay, so I will read it clean from little a, Chair?
Just B.
Just B, okay. Review issues and challenges in the application of the Convention for Trade in Non-Wild Specimens of CITES listed animal and plant species, comma, in particular, key elements that may contribute to the uneven application of Article 7, paragraphs 4 and 5, and consider the scientific advice and guidance from the Animals and Plants Committee on the need for implementing these articles differently for either animal specimens from species bred in captivity or plant specimens that are artificially propagated. Shall I continue with C? And this one only has an addition in the middle. C, make recommendations for addressing these issues and challenges, comma, and then we would add, including amendments to existing resolutions or development of a new resolution or decisions to address these issues and challenges, and then continue on as it was for consideration. That just brings some of the text from the previous decisions that was already approved as a mandate for this working group in the past. With regards to a 19B directed to the animals, we would direct it to the Animals and Plants Committee in support of the Standing Committee's implementation of Decision 19AA. The Animals and Plants Committee shall, and we would like to add A and B. A, consider the key elements in the current implementation of Article 7, paragraphs 4 and 5 for animals and plants, respectively, in the current applicable resolutions. B, determine if there is a need to implement Article 7, paragraphs 4 and 5 differently for either animal specimens from species bred in captivity or plant specimens that are artificially propagated than what is outlined in existing resolutions, and provide their recommendations to the Standing Committee in time for its 78th meeting. And C, provide, add any other, and continue on with scientific advice and what was there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. So that's an extensive rewriting of the decisions. Hopefully people got at least a sense of what you were intending. and I will see if there's reactions. However, I do recognize this is quite an extensive revision of these decisions. And so so I'll see if people are able to process that, and if not, we can work with what we have. So I'll continue to take interventions. I had the United States. Do you have Sir, Canada?
Chair, I just want to point out that the working group did not have a time to review these decisions during the working group sessions, and therefore that's the reason for our additions. Thank you.
Noted, Canada. Thank you. United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to align ourselves with the comments of our European colleague with regard to the amendments to Resolution Conf 10.16 Rev in Annex 1, and also with regard to the amendments to Resolution Conf 12.3 and the draft decisions. We would also like to take this opportunity to share our view, as we have in the working group, that source code C is only available for Appendix 1 animal specimens bred in captivity for non-commercial purposes, and such specimens may not be traded for primarily commercial purposes. Our interpretation is consistent with reading Articles 7, Paragraph 4, and 7, Paragraph 5 together, and applying them separately to give meaning and effect to both. Otherwise, there is no meaningful purpose to Article 7, Paragraph 4. It is our view that other than qualifying pre-convention specimens traded under source code O, Article 7, Paragraph 4, source code D, provides the only option for commercial trade in Appendix 1 specimens. So I think, as you've probably gotten a sense, the discussions in this working group were very complicated and very technical. And with regard to the extensive amendments suggested by Canada to the draft decisions contained in this document, we did find them somewhat difficult to follow. And so our preference would be to stick with the draft decisions as they appear in the document. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. I will continue to take comments on the approach. What I've heard thus far is Annex 1 seems so far to be agreeable. There's continued conversation to have about some of the items in 12.3, so that suggests perhaps that might be a future discussion. And there's a request for some precision on the activities to happen in association with decisions 19A, A, and BB, but there is a willingness to continue an ongoing discussion. United Kingdom, please.
Thank you. We congratulate the working group on the progress they've made with the complex mandate given to it. We would agree with the amendments proposed to the definition of source code D in para 9, but agree with the EU that the definition as it relates to floor and square brackets needs further discussion. With regards to the options on definitions for source code C, we prefer the definition provided for, the first definition provided. However, we look forward to continuing discussions at COP19 on the recommended amendments in paragraph 9 of the document. With regard to the amendments proposed to ResConf 10.16, we feel those would benefit from further consideration by parties to allow full consideration of the consequences of these changes to be considered. We support the decisions in paragraph 11 of the document and to continue discussion on the revisions to Resolution Conf 10.16 and 12.3. We haven't been able to consider the considerable amendments to decisions proposed by Canada, but are happy to do so in due course.
Thank you, United Kingdom. I'm really getting a sense of the complicated discussion that occurred in the working group. I appreciate that. I will continue to take interventions from members of the committee and as well as observer parties. Israel, please.
Yes, just very briefly, Chair, thank you. We would align ourselves with the comments of the United States and keep the draft decisions as they are in the document, letting the 19th COP renew this and continue the discussions. As you can see, there doesn't seem to be a consensus on some of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. I will continue to take interventions. I'll see if there's any observers who wish to comment on this document. Thank you. So I was just looking at the various questions, and I think I have a sense of a path forward, but I understand Belgium wishes to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly understand the hesitation from others to accept the amendments suggested by Canada to the set of decisions, because, yeah, they're quite extensive and they haven't been able to fully digest them. But from my side, I think they really would improve the decisions. So I was wondering if perhaps they, not asking for an in-session working group, but if there would be any opportunity to post them as an InfDoc or something like that, and then perhaps tomorrow morning just briefly reconvene to touch upon them, because otherwise I feel that indeed a lot of the discussions that we already had on this really complex topic would also get lost a bit, because with the amendments from Canada, it's already focuses or will focus the discussions a bit more. So I would hope that we would find a way forward so that everyone could have a look at them and perhaps agree to them. Thank you.
Thanks. So the Secretariat is providing me with some advice on how we could enact your proposal, Belgium. One suggestion is we can ask Canada to submit those amendments, and then we could prepare a ComDoc with those amendments and bring that back and see if there's agreement, and that would give everybody the opportunity to read those. So I see some nodding from that, and I appreciate your good spirits on that. So, so with respect to the decisions then, right now we will defer concluding on the decisions until the preparation of the ComDoc with the amendments proposed by Canada. With regard to Annex 1, overall I heard some comfort with submitting Annex 1. So these are the amendments to Resolution Comp 1016. So I believe we can conclude that the Standing Committee agrees to submit the proposed amendments to Res Conf 1016 to the Conference of the Parties for its consideration. With regard to the discussion on Res Conf 12.3, I note that while there was general agreement with the intent of the amendments to paragraph D, there is also a portion of it that is still undiscussed related to flora. And so that's difficult to submit to the Conference of the Parties without some conclusion. And I note that there is not agreement right now in the working group or the committee for that matter with regard to source code C. So my suggestion is that the Standing Committee is not at this time able to transmit amendments to Res Conf 12.3 to the Conference of the Parties, but rather in the report of our deliberations, we will indicate those issues along with all the other issues, the Annex 2 with the corrections Canada has pointed out, all of that in support of the Standing Committee's overall agreement that there should be some continuing decisions as this topic merits continued discussion. So I will look for my nodding heads or frowny faces, and I see nodding heads. So that is the conclusion for now, and we will return to conclude on the proposed decisions after the issuance of the ComDoc with the proposals from Canada. Thank you very much. So let's turn our attention now to the next document on our agenda, which is 49, Doc 49. So we are now moving to SC 74 Doc 49 on specimens produced through biotechnology. This is a report of the working group. Again, my thanks to China for taking on the chair of this intersessional working group. And I invite China to introduce the document, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to take this opportunity to give you an introduction to Doc 49. This is the intersessional working group on specimens produced by biotechnology. The group was established at SC 72. It had as a mandate to discuss whether and how to apply the term readily recognizable part or derivative in trade in products of biotechnology, which might potentially affect international trade in CITES-listed specimens, and this in a way that would threaten their survival, including enforcement of CITES provisions, and to consider proposing appropriate revisions to existing resolutions or the development of a new resolution on trade in specimens produced from biotechnology. Members of the working group are from 12 parties and 11 NGO observers. I would invite you to see paragraph 4 of the document for a list of the working group members. The working group has held discussions over the last 2 years. Through the responses to the notification 2020-062, parties provided a variety of regulated types of animal and plant products of biotechnology and cases of products that they did not consider to be regulated. From the answers to the notification, some respondents use Resolution Conf 9-6 Rev Cop 16 as a basis for determining whether a product produced through biotechnology is considered a readily recognizable part or derivative. Other countries explain the process on a case-by-case basis for such determination. The working group initiated discussions as requested by the mandate and reached two general conclusions. Firstly, most members of the working group who have responded agree that specimens produced through biotechnology should be regulated within the framework of the Convention, and this more specifically through Resolution Conf 9/6 Rev Cop 16. However, there's a second conclusion. Given the complexity of biotechnology and the diverse paths of production, members do not deem it fit to introduce new definitions into the Convention or to develop a new resolution at the moment. The working group discussed possible revisions to Resolution Conf 9/6 Rev Cop 16 to provide clarification to existing definitions and guidance are applicable in specimens produced through biotechnology. However, no agreement has yet been reached as to the shape that such amendments would take. In addition to its mandate, the working group, in the course of its discussions, identified a number of further questions and cases that warrant exploration and discussion. This includes, among others, the following questions: whether CITES documents should be required for all specimens produced through biotechnology, or whether certain specimens or products should benefit from special provisions, such as simplified procedures, and whether there should be an exception for specimens that were entirely synthetically produced. Working Group suggests discussing these issues in the next intersessional period. The Standing Committee is invited to A. Review the progress made by the Working Group and offer its comments and recommendations to COP19, in particular with respect to the proposed amendments to Resolution Conf 9/6 Rev Cop 16, described in paragraphs 10 to 13. And B, review and refine the issues identified under paragraphs 14 and 15 for consideration by the Animals and Plants Committees in the next intersessional period. This for further advice and guidance. And C, consider revising and updating the relevant decisions to incorporate inter alia the considerations outlined in paragraph 17B of the present document and propose them for adoption to the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, China, for your report of the working group. And I draw the Standing Committee's attention to the recommendations in paragraph 17 of the document. I note the conclusions presented by the working group in paragraph 10 as reported by China, noting that most of the members agreed that specimens should be regulated and that it was not timely to have a new definitions or resolution at this moment. Also draw the attention to the point in paragraph 17A about the proposals found in paragraph 12 and 13 of the document. And I look to your advice on how to advance this work with the Conference of the Parties. So with that, I'll open the floor first to members of the Standing Committee for any comments. North America, please.
Thank you, Chair. The North American region thanks the working group for helping to advance this important work. The North American region supports the modifications proposed to Resolution Conf 9.6 Rev Cop 16 as contained in paragraph 12 of the document and recommends that the Standing Committee submit them to COP19 for consideration. The North American region supports the review and refining of the issues identified under paragraphs 14 and 15 for consideration by the Animals and Plants Committees in the next intersessional period for further advice and guidance, with an additional instruction that the draft decisions should also instruct the committees to consider which, if any, of those issues require further discussion and consideration. Furthermore, while looking at specific cases, such as the ones mentioned under paragraph 15, the Animals and Plants Committees should provide guidance that would apply generally to all specimens produced through biotechnology rather than to specific cases. The North American region also proposes the deletion of decisions 18.147 and 18.150 and recommends that the Standing Committee requests the Secretariat to draft decisions directed to the Animals and Plants Committees and the Standing Committee to advance the work identified under paragraphs 14 and 15. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, North American Region. So in summary, I understand that there is support for amendments to Resolution Conf 9.6 as found in paragraph 12 of the document in North America, and additionally to request the Secretariat to draft decisions directed to the Animals and Plants Committee and the Standing Committee to advance this work with the in response to the items identified in paragraph 14 and 15, with some changes such as providing general guidance and asking those committees to identify which, if any, of the issues require discussion. So thank you, North American Region. I have Poland followed by Israel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We thank China as the chair of this working group for the report. We note it and agree on the proposed recommendations. As regards the amendment to Resolution Conf 9.6, we support the new subparagraph proposed by the United States and revised by China. All known cases of specimens produced through biotechnology fall under the proposed text. Therefore, at this stage, we consider it premature to extend the scope of the resolution. Any future extensions of the scope should be based on practical examples and would require a more case-specific approach. As there are still many open questions, for example, referred in point 14 of the working group report, we support that those are considered in the next intersessional period. Thank you, Chair.
So, Poland, okay, and so therefore my understanding is that you agree with the language proposed in paragraph 12, as well as extending and having a decision to address the other open items. Thank you very much, Poland. Israel, please.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to align, first of all, we'd like to thank China for leading this working group. As we know, biotechnology is progressing faster than CITES, which tends to work rather slowly. But we would point out that we agree with the idea of accepting the definitions and the changes that are in paragraph 12, but as it states, this introduces a new term that's not defined, which is the word biotechnology, into a resolution, and that is satisfied and explained in paragraph 13, and we would encourage acceptance also of the proposal that's detailed in paragraph 13 of the document to define more readily or more correctly the term readily recognizable parts and derivatives, to be sure that DNA evidence is also part of the specimen. We would just like to add just one point. We are very much in favor of this continuing with intersessionally after COP19, as emerging technologies, things that we can't even imagine, are going to be coming along. And for this reason, we would just like to make note that in 14A, it speaks about the possibility of even having simplified procedures, which to us sounds extremely scary for new procedures that, and technologies that haven't been examined. So hopefully in the discussions, we won't jump to simplified procedures before we've examined trade in these specimens and over a certain period of time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Israel, for your comments and your reflections on the discussions that are likely to occur. I will continue to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee, and I'll also invite observer parties who wish to comment. I see the United Kingdom, please.
Thank you, Chair. We align with the views of the North American region and EU. We support the recommendations to allow time for further discussion of the complex issues noted in paragraphs 14 and 15, and we would like to see the decisions presented to COP to achieve this. In terms of any amendment to Resolution 9.6, Rev COP 16, we prefer the wording in paragraph 12 of this document, and we would be happy to see these amendments come to COP 19 in the interim, while the Standing Committee considers any further amendments to this or any other relevant resolution as a result of discussions on the outstanding issues in paragraphs 14 and 15. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. I'll continue to take interventions from parties, and I'll also invite, if there is an observer who wishes to comment on document 49. Great. Okay, so I don't see any further requests for the floor. So based on the discussion, it's my sense that overall the Standing Committee is comfortable with sending to the Conference of the Parties the amendments to Resolution Conf 9.6 found in paragraph 12 of the document. The Standing Committee also recognizes that there are some questions and discussions that need to continue, and such I sense that the Standing Committee agrees that we could ask the okay, right here. We can ask the perhaps we can ask the Secretariat, working with myself, with the Standing Committee Chair, to advance new decisions to the Conference of the Parties in order to continue discussion on the issues, in particular those raised in paragraph 14 and 15 of the document. Taking into account the precisions provided by North America in terms of general guidance and ensuring these committees also give consideration as to which, if any, of the issues need further discussion. So that is what I conclude to be the results of this discussion. Israel, please.
Just clarification, what was your decision about our request to include the added text in paragraph 13?
Thank you, Israel. I heard more support for paragraph 12 as it was written, so perhaps my suggestion will be that in the designing of the decisions for further discussion, the Standing Committee also be asked to consider if there's any further need. I feel that this was partially discussed in the working group, but we could determine if there are continued concerns. Israel, please.
Our idea was to add it in addition, to take the, I'm sorry if we didn't clarify that, but to take paragraph 12's text, but just to add the underlined or the new text that's in 13 as an additional clause in terms of definition of readily recognizable parts and derivatives. And if that's acceptable, that would be a good way forward from our point of view.
Thank you, Israel. I think I understood that to be your point. My understanding of the way this document was presented was that those countries who spoke in favor of paragraph 12, and of course they can correct me if I'm wrong, support paragraph 12 as written and had expressed in the working group some concern with those additionals. And so this is why I didn't pick that up, because I wasn't hearing that additional support. If I am mistaken, of course, I do invite those other parties who have spoken on this issue to let me know. And that's another reason why my suggestion was rather to ask the continued work to take your points into consideration.
Thank you, Chair. Just to bring to your attention that there is a discussion going on also beyond CITES, and we are in close communication with the CBD, WHO, and other bodies that are also discussing the matter of biotechnology, and this is why the discussion in the group was so cautious to adopt a definition now only for CITES when there is a bigger discussion going on, and we would like that any CITES definition is aligned with discussions that are going on in other fora. Thank you, Chair.
China, did you want to also add a clarification on this point? China, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Par exemple, sur les discussions lors au sein du groupe de travail.
Yes, so we did have that discussion, and China supports your conclusions, and we must take into account the different perspectives of the parties, in particular the members of the working group, with regards to the proposal on paragraph 13. Thank you.
So thank you, China. Thank you, Israel. However, my conclusion is still that the committee is comfortable with the amendment as presented in paragraph 12, and comfortable with asking the Secretariat to work in consultation with the Standing Committee Chair to design decisions that will advance the issues raised in 14 and 15 with those precisions, and include any further needed discussion in terms of understanding, having a clear definitions as needed. Okay, so I don't see any further requests for the floor, so I will take that to be the conclusions of the committee. I hope the rep, yeah. Oh, good, okay. Thank you very much. So that's excellent. We are catching up. In the next 20 minutes, I'd like to move then to item 20. So item 20 on engagement of Indigenous peoples and local communities. So item 20 on engagement of Indigenous peoples and local communities. There were two aspects here. There was a report of the working group for which we do not have a document, but we do have the working group chair present, as well as a report from the Secretariat. So perhaps I will see first if Kenya, as the chair of the working group, if you wish to make any oral report of the work of the working group.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on behalf of the working group, I want to inform the committee that the working group was not able to meet either physically or virtually for varied reasons. One was the impact of COVID, and also because of the language barrier, because most of the members were spread across various reasons, and there was no capacity in terms of translation. Madam Chair, we did, however, circulate the questionnaire to various parties, and I think the Secretariat issues a notification in this regard that is online in the CITES website. And some parties did answer to the questionnaire on their engagement in terms of CITES listed species with the indigenous communities. Madam Chair, in between not having a meeting, there was a proposal by the Secretariat to engage a consultant to help in the working of the working group. And upon sharing this information with the working group members, it was the opinion of the majority of the working group members that the working group will want to deal with these issues directly, but not through the use of a consultant. Madam Chair, at that point, our proposal was to request that we extend and request the COP to extend the mandate of this working group, because we still believe the role of indigenous people and their views in terms of the impact of the decisions we make in listing species is very important, and it will be important to allow this committee to dispense of their mandate as given by COP18 by extending, requesting the COP to extend their mandate. So I submit, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Kenya. On behalf of the working group, and given the challenges due to the COVID situation, the chair of the working group is proposing on behalf of the working group that the Standing Committee submit updated decisions to be able to continue this work in the next intersessional period. I'll turn to the Secretariat to provide your report on document 20.2, and then we can begin our discussion. Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Document SC74, Doc 20.2 provides a summary of the experiences of parties and relevant international organizations and MEAs in the engagement of IPICs. As mandated by Decision 18.32, the Secretary sent a questionnaire through a notification to the parties to invite parties to provide information on their experiences and the lessons learned in engaging IPICs in CITES processes. The Secretary also reached out to relevant international organizations and IMEAs to learn from their experiences. The Secretary would like to take this opportunity to thank the parties that responded to the questionnaire and all partners in their shared information. The Secretary hopes that the experiences and best practices as compiled in the document will be useful for the consideration of the possible ways forward in the CITES context in enhancing engagement of rural communities at local, national, and international levels. As the chair of the Standing Committee Working Group on IPIC has just proposed the extension of the mandates of the working group till after COP19, and if this is agreeable to the committee, the Secretary is ready to assist you, Madam Chair, in the drafting of the renewed decisions. The Secretary suggests that the renewed decisions should reflect the availability of the information collected by the Secretariat, and that the information be used in the next intersessional period for the development of the various guidelines and recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So, Standing Committee, based on the report of the Working Group Chair and of the Secretariat, we're invited to note the reports and the activities that have occurred, and we are invited to submit renewed decisions to the Conference of the Parties in order to continue this work, taking into account the work that has been completed by the Secretariat. So I will open the floor for comments by the members of the Standing Committee. I will also invite observer parties. Poland, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We thank the Secretariat for the report, as well as Kenya as working group chair for the information. We take note of the reports. We regret about the little progress on this important topic, and we propose to recommend to the COP to extend the mandate of the working group to the next intersessional period, and include in the mandate that the working group should consider the report of the Secretariat in its work and present its findings to 77th meeting of the Standing Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Poland? North America, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. The North American region appreciates the work of the Secretariat in compiling and preparing the report, and appreciates the work that is ongoing. Our region believes that effective engagement of indigenous people and local communities in decision-making concerning CITES species is important to the successful implementation of CITES decisions. We regret that this important work did not advance via the working group during the current intersessional period. The North American region supports the recommendations for extending the decisions on engagement of indigenous peoples and local communities to the next intersessional period. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, North American region. I will continue to take input from the members of the Standing Committee, and I'll also invite observer parties who may wish to comment. Africa, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank the Secretariat for the document they have prepared, and we regret that the working group hasn't been able to progress on such an important issue for the survival of CITES. We are here as representatives of our local communities. We have the mandate to carry out the implementation of the CITES Convention with the implication of the local communities. And therefore, for me, in our legislation and the way we have of exploiting our natural resources, our local communities are always deeply involved. And for example, in the resource management programs we have put in place, 60% of the income of these go to local communities. This means that whether the authorities are there, the local communities have to cherish those local resources because they know that they're going to be bringing in resource income. We must continue the mandate. Maybe the COVID has disturbed its work, but it's important that this group continue thinking and progressing on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Africa. Peru, please.
Thank you. We also support the continuation of the working group on indigenous peoples. We chair the livelihoods group. We have been able to meet with the group on indigenous peoples and local communities, and we hope they'll be able to extend their work. Thank you.
Thank you, Peru. Yes, and I believe in the previous intersessional period there was an opportunity to bring those groups together, although unfortunately not in this period. So thank you, Peru. I'm hearing lots of support for the extension of the work, so the renewal of the decisions, and I, of course, am happy to work with the Secretariat to bring that forward to the Conference of the Parties. I will see if there's any more comments from parties. I'll also invite any observers who wish to comment briefly on this item. I see CIC and IWMC, so I will take those two brief interventions and then Pan-African Sanctuary. Okay, I will take the three because I'm promised, I'm sure that they are very short. So CIC, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The CIC, along with 6 international Sustainable Use Observer Organizations, the list of which we will be providing, welcomes SC 74 document 20.2 and thank the parties, NGOs, IGOs, and MEAs for their responses and sharing their experiences and lessons learned in engaging Indigenous people and local communities in the relevant processes. More importantly, we thank the Indigenous people and local communities who are the source of these experiences and lessons learned and the best protectors of their wild fauna and flora. We are concerned that, the contrary to other MEAs, currently CITES does not have a mechanism for allowing robust participation of IPLCs in the CITES decision-making processes. The fact that the International Working Group did not engage after COP18 until October 2021 and has not made any progress on advancing the issue is extremely worrisome. After 6 years since the issue was presented at the COP17, no real progress has been made on this fundamental topic. The failure stands in stark contrast to the urgency given to the new agenda items raised in this meeting, and without considering the impact of the CITES decisions on IPLCs. Without a system for IPLCs to participate in the decision-making mechanisms, CITES will never be able to achieve the level of species and habitat conservation that it might otherwise achieve by fully including the IPLCs in the decision-making mechanisms of the Convention by providing them a platform for participation like other MEAs. We appeal to the parties to realize the importance of IPLCs not only in words, but also in practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CIC. I now have IWMC.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In order to make the engagement of Indigenous peoples and local communities more effective, a questionnaire was sent out to parties to obtain better insights into national efforts for engagement. We're very disappointed to see that merely 13 parties have responded to this questionnaire, making it merely 7% of all parties. We're concerned that effective engagement of Indigenous peoples and local communities, their livelihoods and interaction with CITES-listed species are apparently issues that are of rather low relevance to the vast majority of CITES parties. Otherwise, more effort would have been made to fill out the questionnaire, to provide the working group with means to carry out its work, and to find ways and means to ensure that also CITES corresponds to international standards pertaining to Indigenous rights and the rights of peasants and other people working in rural areas. These are UN-adopted standards that also CITES should adhere to. Otherwise, a meaningful engagement of Indigenous people and local communities, and with this engagement, truly effective conservation cannot occur. Thank you very much.
Thank you, IWMC. And my last intervention will be from the Pan-African Sanctuary Alliance. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you. I would like to comment on the next item, so I'll pass this time.
Thank you. So based on the comments I've heard from the members of the committee, and thank you observers as well, there is support for renewing the mandate to continue this work on engagement with Indigenous peoples and local communities. And so it's my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees that the Secretariat shall be asked in consultation with the Standing Committee Chair to draft renewed decisions to continue the work on this issue and submit those for consideration by the Conference of the Parties. So I am going to end our session as it is pretty much 12:30. I have a couple of important announcements to make, so I hope I have your full attention. First of all, as I mentioned earlier, I will start with item 57 and then turn to item 30 on the review of significant trade this afternoon. So the item on livelihoods will be taken up after the review of significant trade. Second, and this is the key one, there is, as was mentioned yesterday, a strike happening in France, which is going to affect the public transport. In particular, the last public transport will be available while we are meeting. So that's not very helpful. So my suggestion, therefore, is we will shorten our dinner break, our supper break, and we will, instead of reconvening at 7, we will reconvene at 6:30 p.m. and we will go until 9:15. The last transport will be available at 9:40 p.m., so that will give people the opportunity to catch any public transport that's needed. So that will require us reducing our evening session by 15 minutes and beginning a half an hour early. That's the evening. For this afternoon, we will again reconvene at 2 o'clock, and we will work until 5 o'clock. So thank you. I appreciate your prompt attendance. And fine, Senegal, did you have a comment?
Je m'excuse, madame, 40 minutes.
Excuse me, Chair. For us, 40 minutes is not going to be enough to get to the hotels. I think we should leave earlier. And sometimes we get lost, and those 15 minutes won't be enough. We ended up somewhere else last night, actually.
Thank you, Senegal. And I'll perhaps ask our French colleagues to assist to ensure that you can return to your hotels within the time allotted. 9:40 is when the last bus leaves, so there is transport at that time. And I understand there is a meeting of the Mike and Etis subgroup at 12:45, so in 15 minutes, in Salle de Buffronil on this level.
They're going to meet in this afternoon then, and whatever time is left, the Pterocarpus group.
Okay, and the Pterocarpus group will be meeting during the dinner break, so we'll announce that again at dinner, but right now, it's the Mike and Etis subgroup at 12:45.
And the cheetah group.
Oh, and Israel, go ahead, please.
Yeah, the informal cheetah group will meet also at 12:45 on the second floor.
Have a good lunch. So we will begin in 2 minutes, so I'd ask everyone to please take their seats. 2 minutes. So I'd ask everyone to take their seats. I do have quorum, so I'm ready to begin. As was announced before the break, I wish to start this session looking at agenda item 57, and then I will turn to agenda item 30 on the review of significant trade, and then we will continue with the agenda as found in the working program. So we'll start with item 57. Item 57 is a review of trade in animal species specimens reported as produced in captivity. This was prepared by the Secretariat, and I will invite the Secretariat to introduce their document, and I believe you had some remarks to make. So I will turn to the Secretariat.
Thank you very much, Chair. And with respect to these upcoming items which required input from the Animals and Plants Committees, on this occasion we didn't engage in the consultation with the Science Committees in as timely a fashion as we should have, and this will result in some complications in handling the agenda items, and we'd like to offer our apologies to the Animals Committee and the Plants Committee, and indeed Chair, your own committee, for the inconvenience this may cause, and we appreciate your understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat, for that context, and we will do our best, I'm sure. So with that, maybe I'll turn then to the specific introduction to document agenda item 57 on review of trade in animal specimens. So Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. Excuse me. In document 57, the Secretariat provides an update on the implementation of Resolution Conf 17.7, Rev Cop 18, on review of trade in animal specimens reported as produced in captivity. specifically on the 15 species country combinations that were retained within the review process at SC71. Before going into the individual cases, the Secretariat would appreciate the Standing Committee's guidance on the review of the resolution as envisaged under Decision 18.177, while recognising that this represents the first iteration of the review, which was initiated at the first meeting of the Animals Committee following COP17, and a complete cycle of the review has yet to be completed. In this regard, Switzerland has offered funding to convene a workshop for the Standing Committee to update the review of the provisions of the resolution. It may be possible to convene this workshop in the first half of 2022, either in person or online, and to invite members of the Standing Committee, Animals Committee, and other interested parties, including those that have been involved in the process, to attend. The Secretariat will be grateful for guidance from the Standing Committee on whether this option should be further explored, or whether decisions 18.176 and 18.177 should be extended for a further intersessional period. Do you want me to go through the individual cases, or pause at this point? Probably go through. What do you prefer? We'll go through, I think, yeah. So concerning the individual cases, the Secretariat's assessment and recommendations are presented in the annex to this document, and the recommendations by the Animals Committee are presented in the addendum. The Standing Committee is invited to consider the evaluation by the Secretariat of the implementation of the recommendations in the annex and the views expressed by the Animals Committee in the addendum in accordance with paragraph 2p of Resolution Conf 17.7 Rev Cop 18, decide on appropriate actions and make recommendations to the countries concerned. To assist the Standing Committee in this task, the Secretariat has merged its own recommendations with those of the Animals Committee to the extent possible and can present revised recommendations here for consideration of the Committee. So we have divided this into 3 groups of cases, and with your permission, Chair, if you would like, we can go through. We have divided them into cases that are proposed for retention, and I can point out where the Secretariat has amended its recommendations to take on board the views of the Animals Committee. We also have a set of cases, 5 cases, where the Secretariat and the Animals Committee are in agreement that these cases can be removed from the review, and then there are 3 cases where we might require a little bit more discussion at this meeting to agree on a way forward. So, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. And so in this item, like in the next item, there's a number of different groups of decisions, and so in my experience, I find it easier if we deal with this discussion in groups, in pieces. So perhaps before we get to the cases, I will see if there is advice from the Standing Committee and parties on the implementations of Decision 18.176 and 177 on reviewing the application of Resolution Conf 17.7. The Secretariat has noted that it may be possible to convene a workshop in the first half of 2022 to undertake a review of the provisions of the resolution. Alternatively, the Standing Committee could suggest the extension of Decision 18.176 and 18.177 to the Conference of the Parties, and then undertake the review in the next intersessional period after the full cycle. Before we get to the cases, I would appreciate some feedback on those 2 options and the Standing Committee's preferred approach for undertaking our obligations under those decisions. So perhaps I'll open the floor to Standing Committee members. Belgium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In relation to this element of the document, we would support the option of a workshop and already thank Switzerland for providing funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. That was very clear. I will see if there's other views on the two proposed options. I'll also invite parties who wish to comment to provide their views. United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would echo the support from Belgium on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. I will see if there's other parties who wish to comment. I will take silence to be agreement with the option of having the workshop, and thank you to Switzerland. Okay, so on this aspect of the decisions to the conference, to the Standing Committee, it's my understanding that the Standing Committee would prefer to, with our grateful thanks to Switzerland for the funding, to convene the workshop as suggested in the first half of 2022. And I am presuming that the results of that workshop could be transmitted to the Conference of the Parties for any additional or ongoing decisions. So thank you. And perhaps now we can turn to the cases then. So as the Secretariat mentioned, the cases have been broken down into 5 groups, with some for retention, some where there's agreement, and some for some discussion. So perhaps I will invite the Secretariat to first speak to those cases where retention is being proposed, and in particular underscore where the consultation with the Animals Committee has perhaps resulted in amendments to the recommendations. Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I will try to be as clear as I can here so that you can all follow which case we're referring to. So the first case that is proposed for retention within the review is Centrocella sulcata from Benin, and the recommendation from the Secretariat has been amended slightly to take into account the views of the Animals Committee. So the new recommendation would be that the Secretariat recommends that Benin be retained in the review and requested to A, amend the published quota to include only specimens with a maximum carapace length of 15 centimeters, and B, provide information, open brackets, for example, in the form of stud books, pictures, or other documentation, close brackets, that allows the assessment of the ability of the breeding facilities to produce F2 offspring in the reported numbers, or manage the species in a manner demonstrated to be capable of doing so. And they would need to do this by the 1st of June 2022. So really the only thing that's new here is the amendment to the quota and some additional information on the sort of information, that the party should submit in terms of assessing the ability of the breeding facilities to produce this number of offspring. So that is the only change there. Thank you.
Thank you, as Secretariat. So why don't we start with this case? So this is the first one from Benin. As the Secretariat has indicated, they have read a slightly revised recommendation that picks up the comments from the Animals Committee in the addendum and combines that with what was found from the Secretariat in the annex. And if there is any element of what the Secretariat read that was unclear, I'm happy to have them read it again. So I will seek comments on this revised recommendation, and if you're agreeable to this recommendation, I will take silence as always as agreement. So I'll start with members of the Standing Committee. I will invite parties. Canada, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Canada supports the recommendation from the Animals Committee and the Secretariat that Benin should be retained in the review. We have a small suggestion to make for little b, and it is the addition of F1 and or F2 offspring. This is, would be consistent with other similar recommendations for similar cases because we're evaluating the ability. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. So just a precision there in terms of the types of the production of F1 and or F2 offspring. Switzerland, or Chair.
Chair, I just have one slight question. The Animals Committee had also recommended that Benin should provide documentation for the justification of the legal origin of the founder stock. And I don't know if this requirement is found in the merged, because I didn't find it by words. I would have to construct to find it there. So that my question is if that has been omitted or forgotten. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'll ask the Secretariat to provide clarification to your point.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Entirely an omission on our part, and thank you for pointing that out to us. But of course, we did intend to transfer all of the recommendations coming from the Animals Committee and look for clarifications on all those points. So thank you. Hopefully that's the only error.
Thank you. So with that, what I'm hearing is there's a small correction addition from Canada, and the addition of the seeking information on the legal acquisition, as pointed out by the Animals Committee Chair, which was a recommendation from the Animals Committee. So that should be brought forward as well. Okay, like I said, I'm taking interventions from parties. So I don't see any further requests from parties on this case, so I will move to the next case. Once we've gone through, I will see if there's additional interventions from observers. So Secretariat, if you would like to provide the next.
Thank you, Chair. I will take the next two cases together. This is the case of Centrocella sulcata from Ghana and Varanus exanthematicus from Ghana. And there was agreement between the Secretariat and the Animals Committee that Ghana be retained in the review for both of these species and requested to respond to the Standing Committee's recommendations by 1 June 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So these are the recommendations for the second and third case, and they are receive the concurrence of the Animals Committee. So I will see if there's any comments from members of the Standing Committee. And I'll also invite observer parties. Seeing no requests for the floor, I believe the Standing Committee agrees with those recommendations. So, Secretariat, the next one, please.
Thank you, Chair. The next case is case number 4, which is Kakatua alba from Indonesia. And we have slightly amended the recommendation of the Secretariat to take into account the Animals Committee's views. So the new recommendation reads, the Secretariat recommends that Indonesia be retained in the review and requested to provide information, or by 1 June 2022, a more detailed explanation of the practices and production at Facility 1 in the form of stud books, or pedigrees or other documentation that the breeding facilities are able to produce F2 generations and specimens in the numbers claimed. So this is a merging of the Secretariat's recommendation and the views of the Animals Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. I will take comments again from members of the Standing Committee, and I will also invite observer parties. Canada, same point? Yeah, so I think for the future references, Canada's suggesting it's F1 and or F2 generation. So we'll take that on board for where it's relevant in other recommendations. Seeing no further requests for the floor, it's my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees with this recommendation. So the next one, please, Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. The next case is case number 8, and this is another Centrocella sulcata, this time from Mali. And again, we have a slightly revised recommendation combining the Secretariat and the Animals Committee views. So the recommendation reads, the Secretariat recommends that Mali is requested to A, provide evidence of the legal acquisition of the stock, B, provide documentation and evidence in the form of stud books, pictures or other documentation that allows the assessment of the ability of the breeding facilities to produce F1 and or F2 offspring in the reported numbers. C, amend the published quota to include only specimens with a maximum carapace length of 15 centimeters. And D, of the scientific basis by which it has been established that the quantities of Centrocella sulcata taken from the wild and used as breeding stock would not be detrimental to the survival of the species. And this information should be submitted by 1 June 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So those following with the annex or the addendum, this is number 8, case number 8, and the Secretariat has provided a slightly revised recommendation that incorporates the views of the Animals Committee. So I will look to see if there's any comments on this recommendation from parties and Standing Committee members. Seeing no requests for the floor, it's my understanding that this is agreed by the Standing Committee. So next case, please.
Thank you, Chair. The next case is case number 14, again, Centrocella sulcata, but this time from Togo. And there is no change to the recommendation because the Secretariat and the Animals Committee are in agreement this time. But just to remind you, the recommendation is that the Secretariat recommends that Togo be retained in the review and requested to provide an update to the Standing Committee's recommendations by 1 June 2022. And I should note that the concerns of the Animals Committee will be included in the letter that will be sent to Togo following this meeting. So all of your concerns will be addressed in that letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So the recommendation is as found in the annex, and noting that the concerns of the Animals Committee will be included in the letter sent to Togo. I will seek views from members of the committee as well as observer parties. Seeing no requests for the floor, I believe that is agreeable, and we can move on to the last of the retention cases. Please, Secretariat.
Thank you. The last case that we're proposing to retain is case number 15, which is Hippocampus comes from Vietnam. And again, we had agreement between the Secretariat and the Animals Committee, but as a reminder, the recommendation is that the Secretariat recommends that by 1 February, no, this is not 1 February 2019, that doesn't make sense. It is 1 June 2022. Vietnam should confirm that if exports of specimens recommence from these or similar facilities, it will export specimen. No, that doesn't make sense either. I think I've done a cut and paste here, sorry. Vietnam should confirm that if export of specimens recommence from these or similar facilities with source code W or F, that it will make legal acquisition and non-detriment findings prior to authorizing such exports. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So I will see if there's any views from the Standing Committee members or parties. And seeing no requests for the floor, I understand that the Standing agrees with the recommendation provided by the Secretariat. So the next group, please.
Thank you, Chair. We're now moving into the group of cases that it is proposed to remove from the review, and the first of these is Ornithoptera croesus from Indonesia. I'll take two of these together because they're both from Indonesia. The second one is Varanus timorensis from Indonesia, and we have two slightly amended recommendations for both of these cases. So in the case of Ornithoptera croesus, the recommendation is that the Secretariat recommends that Indonesia be removed from the review for Ornithoptera croesus, and should Indonesia want to resume trade in the species, an appropriate NDF for the eventual founder stock of a captive breeding facility or a facility producing specimens with source code or are provided to the Secretariat for review by the Secretariat and the Animals Committee. And actually the recommendation in the case of Varanus timorensis is exactly the same, except it applies to a different species. So those recommendations are identical. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat, for the recommendations on these two cases from Indonesia. So this is number 5 and 6 for those who are following with the numbers. So I'll seek views of the Standing Committee members and the parties. Seeing no requests for the floor, I believe the Standing Committee agrees with those recommendations, including those expressed by the Animals Committee. So next case, please.
Thank you. The next case is number 9, Ufaga Pumilio from Nicaragua. And the Standing Committee, the Secretariat and the Animals Committee is in agreement that this case can be removed from the review. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So for this case, number 9 from Nicaragua, I will take views from the Standing Committee members and the parties. So seeing no requests for the floor, the Standing Committee, it's my view that the Standing Committee concurs with the recommendation. Next case.
Thank you. The next case is the same species, but this time from Panama. And we are, there's a slight difference in the recommendation here. Again, the Secretariat and the Animals Committee agrees that Ufaga Pumilio from Panama can be removed from the review. But we also want to add in wording that should Panama want to resume trade in the species, then an appropriate NDF for the eventual founder stock of a captive breeding facility or a facility producing specimens with source code or are provided to the Secretariat for review by the Secretariat and by the Animals Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat, for the recommendation for this case number 10 from Panama. So I will open the floor to members of the Standing Committee as well as observer parties for any comments on this recommendation. So seeing no requests for the floor, it's my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendation as read by the Secretariat. Next one, please.
Thank you. The next case is number 11, Volpes zerda from Sudan. And in this case, the Animals Committee and the Secretariat are in agreement that the case could be removed from the review. But the Animals Committee is of the view that this removal should be subject to confirmation from Sudan on the purpose of the breeding facility set up by the Management Authority of Sudan. So I think we can make this, it's conditional to this clarification from Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So for this species from Sudan, there's a recommendation to remove this species country combination from the review, subject to the Sudan providing the confirmation requested by the Animals Committee. Otherwise, it would be retained. So I will seek the views of the Standing Committee and observer parties on this species. So seeing no requests for the floor, it's my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendation as read by the Secretariat. So I believe that leaves 3 cases. So Secretariat, please.
Thank you. I'm actually going to skip the order here because I realize that Centrocella sulcata from Sudan, from the same country, the recommendation is exactly the same. So the Secretariat recommends that Centrocella sulcata from Sudan can be removed from the review, and this will be subject to clarification from Sudan about the purpose of this same breeding facility. So I think we can have the same recommendation there. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So this is number 12 in the list. And it's the same as the previous, where there is a conditional removal of the species country combination pending the confirmation sought by the Animals Committee. I see a request from the United Kingdom, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just seeking some clarification on the recommendations on the 2 species that we've just been talking about, and agreeing a conditional removal based on confirmation from Sudan that around the intention of the international, the breeding operation. I just wanted to confirm that if Sudan came back and confirmed that they were intending on exporting captive bred specimens, would that mean that they would be retained in the process and asked to demonstrate that the specimens were bred in captivity in accordance with ResCon 1016? So in effect, we're saying they're being retained in the process until such times they confirm that they won't be exporting captive bred specimens, because if they are, they will need to be able to satisfy Conference 1016.
So that's Thank you, United Kingdom. I understand the point you seek clarification on, and I'm reviewing again the recommendations from the Animals Committee, which do provide that precision. And so I think it's important that we bring that precision into the recommendation. So what I understand, therefore, is that based on what the Animals Committee has agreed, the recommendation is to remove Sudan from the review for these 2 species if they confirm that no international trade is conducted. If, however, they provide the confirmation that the purpose of the breeding facility is for commercial international trade, that they would be retained, as the Animals Committee is seeking a non-detriment finding for the offtake and founder stock. So it's my understanding, therefore, that the recommendation from the Standing Committee should reflect those points found in the addendum for these species to clarify both the conditions for removal and the consequences depending on the confirmation provided. Thank you, United Kingdom. I see some nodding heads, so I think that is agreed. So based on those clarifications and those additional precisions in the recommendations, it's my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations from the Animals Committee for these 2 species. So then that brings us to the final 2. So I will turn to the Secretariat, please.
Thank you. So the second last case is Giottelone elegans from Jordan. And here we have a slight issue in that the Secretariat was recommending well, actually, I can't remember what we recommended, but the issue here is that the Animals Committee has pointed out that it is unclear whether the species in question at this breeding facility is actually Giotolone elegans, because the photographs make it look like it is actually Testudo graeca. So what we are proposing is that the Secretariat seeks clarifications from Jordan, particularly on the identification of the species that's held at this breeding facility, and reports back to SC75 when a decision on this can actually be made, when we have more information. So thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So the Secretariat is suggesting we revert to this issue at SC75 pending clarification from Jordan that the Secretariat will seek on the species. I will open the floor to members of the Standing Committee and observer parties. Israel, please.
First of all, we want to just state that this is a relatively new process in CITES. And what we're seeing here is extremely pleasing to see the success of this process when we began it at COP 17. Here we're finally getting to a lot of cases which were being bypassed by CITES to look more specifically at trade in specimens that were claimed as being produced in captivity. And although it's a little tedious to go through this, we really want to commend the Secretariat for the in-depth work that they've done in these cases, and the way they followed up and presented this material. And it's a very, very important process, and we're happy to see that it seems to be really working well. On the specific case here of the tortoises from Jordan, we've had a lot of concern about this case because we have been hearing about exports of Testudo graecae, the Greek tortoise, from Jordan, where the species has been locally extinct, but it's relatively common in Israel, and there was questions of possibility of smuggling or founder stock arriving from Israel, and we were trying to establish some of these issues. So we're keeping our eye on this specific case, and we would really encourage the Secretariat to get the accurate information and disseminate it to the parties so that we can deal with this situation. And thank you again, Secretariat, for dealing with this so well.
Thank you, Israel. So I'll see if there's any further comments on the case from Jordan. Okay, so seeing no further comments, it's my understanding the Standing Committee agrees that the Secretariat should seek those clarification and then return and report back to SC75. Last case, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So the last case is Testudo hermani from North Macedonia, previously the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia. And in this case, the Secretariat recommends that Testudo hermani from Macedonia be removed from the review. And this view is supported by the majority of the members of the Animals Committee, but I recognize that there was not a unanimous agreement on this, so it may warrant further discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so the recommendation for your consideration is the removal of Testudo hermani from North Macedonia from the review. And this was supported by the majority of the Animals Committee members, but not unanimity. So I will seek views of the Standing Committee and observer parties regarding Testudo hermani. Belgium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In relation to this species-country combination, we saw in the report from the Animals Committee that they concluded that this breeding stock was, in their view, established pre-convention. We, however, see that differently given the definition of the term pre-convention, which is clarified in Resolution Conf 13.6 Ref COP 18. because the pre-convention date is supposed to be the date on which the species concerned was first included in the appendices, and in our understanding for Testudo hermanni, this would be the 1st July 1975. If there's some ambiguity about this, we would prefer to keep the species in the review, so this can perhaps be clarified and the Animals Committee can look into this. Thank you.
Thank you. Belgium, it sounds like the concern of Belgium is on the pre-convention status of the founder stock. I believe that's what's in the report of the Animals Committee as well. So I'll take note of that for now, and I'll see if there are further comments, and then I'll determine a way forward. Senegal, Africa, did you wish to comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if it's a matter of understanding. I think I understood when we heard from our colleague in Belgium that we were talking about the definition of pre-convention. And I heard that it was pre-convention from the date of its listing in the appendix. No, this is before it is listed. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. Thank you for that clarification. Chair of the Animals Committee, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think we need to understand more precisely what the issue is. In the response from North Macedonia, they wrote to us that the founder stock had been obtained from the nature before the species was protected nationally for offtake from the nature. And that was before North Macedonia acceded to CITES. So the question here is more precisely, do we ask of North Macedonia a non-detriment finding for the offtake of these species for the founder stock? At the moment, they had not been member of the convention. That's the fundamental question we have to ask here. And I don't have an answer. I think this needs more thorough thinking, and I don't know if the best way would probably be also to retain the species country combination and ask the Secretariat to give us their view until we can decide.
Thank you, Chair of the Animals Committee, and I was starting to wonder if that would be useful as well. We could, so I see two directions here based on the concerns raised by Belgium. If there's agreement with those concerns or a desire to sort of investigate that a little bit further, we could retain for now this species country combination and ask the Secretariat if they could provide some clarifications, a legal perspective on the issue on making a non-detriment finding for the founder stock prior to North Macedonia's ascension to the convention, and perhaps provide that to SC 75. That's one option. If, however, the majority of the Standing Committee members are satisfied, we could follow the recommendation of the Secretariat to remove this species country combination from the process, the review. I think I saw one or two heads that seemed to, body language suggested the retention and seeking that clarification. Oh, I see some nodding. So, well, Belgium, I would expect that. I'm looking at the others. So perhaps that's what we'll do then. We will retain this species it's my understanding that the Standing Committee would prefer to retain this species country combination in the review at this time in order to, and would request the Secretariat to provide a bit of a legal analysis on the question that was outlined by our colleague, the chair of the Animals Committee, to SC 75. Thank you. I believe that is all of the cases on this review. So in conclusion, we have agreed with some amendments the various recommendations that were provided by the Secretariat and revised by the Animals Committee. We've agreed that a workshop would be preferable for addressing our responsibilities under 176 and 177. And that perhaps the outcomes of that workshop could be brought to the Conference of the Parties in order to consider the moving forward on these decisions. So we'll do that. And so that's where we are now. And now I will, like as I mentioned before, I was going to invite observer parties who wish to comment on this process as well. So I'll open the floor for any last comments from parties, Standing Committee members, or observer parties before closing this item. So Indonesia, followed by the United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indonesia takes notes and appreciates the report and the recommendations made by the Animal Committee and the Secretariat. Indonesia highly appreciates the removal of our Ornithoptera croesus and Varanus timorensis from the review, and Indonesia is ready to provide the required additional information on the Kakatua alba in time as per the recommendation. In addition, Indonesia is ready to apply the NDF requirement for the Ornithoptera croesus and the Varanus timorensis per the recommendation as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We wanted to support the conclusions that have been reached here this afternoon. We did want to seek clarification on a couple of points, however. With regard to the addition by Canada of the language so that it reads F1 and or F2, we would seek clarification if that means F2 or F1 and managed in a manner that has been demonstrated to be capable of reliably producing second-generation offspring in a controlled environment. So we would seek that clarification. And then secondly, with regard to the question of pre-convention specimens, we would like to echo the comments of Belgium with regard to the terminology that pre-convention means the date on which the species was included in the appendices and does not necessarily pertain to the date a country joined the convention. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. Noted your views on the term pre-convention. And I'll see if Canada wishes to react to your point about the precision around the inclusion of F1 and or F2.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, the precision is because the resolution indicates the ability of the breeding facility, and the edit proposed was because both F1 and F2 can be validly exported as source code C if the facility has the ability to. Thank you.
Okay, so Canada, my understanding then is that your inclusion of F1 is to reflect the language that's found in the resolution, whose number I forget, 17, which says the facility has F1 and is managed in a manner as the United States provided. That's a bit wordy to put right into the recommendation, but perhaps we can just put that as a little footnote so it's clear that the intent is to reflect the parameters of the resolution. Okay, that seems to be acceptable to those who are nodding at me. So with that precision, and I will see if there's any further requests for the floor. I believe we can conclude our discussion of agenda item 57. And we'll now, as I mentioned earlier, turn to agenda item 30 on the review of significant trade. So thank you, committee. So we are now turning our attention to Doc 30.1 on the review of significant trade. And in particular about the implementation of the recommendations of the Animals and Plants Committee. So this document was prepared by the Secretariat. So Secretariat, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Document SC74 Doc 30.1 was prepared by the Secretariat and reports on actions taken by parties to implement recommendations made by the Animals, Plants and Standing Committees under Resolution Conf 12.8 Rev Cop 18 on the review of significant trade in specimens of Appendix 2 species. In the annexes, the Secretariat informs the Standing Committee of its determination as to whether the recommendations have been implemented by the range states concerned. Following a consultation and online discussions with members of the Animals and Plants Committees, a revised version of the tables that were found with the recommendations that were found in the original document, taking into account the views of the committees, is now presented in the addendum to this document. And it is this addendum that we invite the committee to focus on for these discussions, because it combines as I said, it combines the recommendations from the Secretariat and the Animals and Plants Committees. So updates or revised versions of the recommendations for fauna cases under review are presented in Annex 1 and flora cases in Annex 2 in the addendum to the document. Then, in accordance with paragraph 1M of Resolution Conf 12.8 Rev Cop 18, the Standing Committee is invited to review the revised recommendations in the tables in Annexes 1 and 2 of the addendum and decide on necessary action and make recommendations to the range states concerned or to all parties. So if it is agreeable to the Chair, we would propose to deal with the fauna cases first, followed by the flora cases. Agreeable. Agreeable, good. So the fauna cases are presented in Annex 1 of the addendum, and the range state responses are found in Annex 4. The table in Annex 1 of the addendum is divided into two sections, Section A and Section B, and I will deal with Section A first, because this is 3 cases that concern species that were selected for review following COP 15 and COP 16. And then Section B has 12 cases that were selected for review following COP 17 and retained at AC 30. So if we look at Section A in Annex 1 of the addendum to document 30.1 for this meeting, The first case is Amazona festiva from Guyana. And the recommendation has been amended slightly following discussions with the Animals Committee. We now would assert that recommendations A and B have been implemented, and we would retain recommendation C. So the new actions recommended by the Secretariat are that the Standing Committee is invited to A, request Guyana to share the results of its population study on CITES. 2, request Guyana to maintain a zero export quota for Amazona festiva until it provides information, including an NDF, to justify a higher quota to be agreed with the Animals Committee Chair. And C, urge Guyana to provide information on the implementation of recommendations C to F no later than 3 months before the documentation deadline for SC 77. Thank you, Chair.
So we are in the first group in the addendum for Amazona festiva from Guyana, and the Secretariat has just read out the recommendations. So I will open the floor to the members of the Standing Committee, observer parties, for any comments you might have on this suite of recommendations. Seeing no requests for the floor, I understand that the Standing Committee is in agreement with these recommendations, with the recommendations as read by the Secretariat. Next one, please.
Thank you, Chair. The second case is Chelonoidis denticulatus from Guyana, and the recommendation is the same as it was by the Secretariat with one addition, which is to include the precision of including an NDF after provides information in in recommendation A. This was a suggestion from the Animals Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So the Secretariat has read out the recommendations for the yellow-footed tortoise for Guyana. So I will see any insights or views from the members of the Standing Committee and observer parties. Seeing no requests for the floor, I find the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations as provided by the Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. So the third case in this section A is Macaca fascicularis from Lao PDR. And we have a new recommendation here compared to what the Secretariat had initially suggested. So the new recommendation is that the Standing Committee is invited to lift the current recommendation to suspend trade, and recommend the removal of this species country combination, Macaca fascicularis from Lao PDR, from the review of significant trade process, subject to the publication of a zero export quota for specimens of source codes W, F, and R. And should Lao PDR wish to resume trade under any of these source codes, it must communicate this to the Secretariat and Chair of the Animals Committee, along with a justification, including an NDF, for their agreement. And Chair, and members, I would like to report that Lao PDR has confirmed in a letter to the Secretariat last week that it wishes to publish the quotas for all of these non-captive bred source codes, so source codes W, F, and R. So just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, so the Secretariat has read the proposed recommendation with respect to this species from Lao PDR and has also indicated that Lao has confirmed the request to publish a zero export quota for source code W, F, and R of these species. So I will see if there's comments from members of the Standing Committee and also observer parties. United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States remains concerned that parties be allowed to leave the review of SIG trade process when only exporting bred in captivity specimens without producing and submitting a non-detriment finding first to the Secretariat and the Animals Committee Chair for its review. We believe it would be a better practice in such review of significant trade cases to first ensure that the AC review documentation demonstrating the trade is in specimens that meet requirements of Resolution Conf 1016 on specimens of animal species bred in captivity, which, among other requirements, includes a non-detriment finding for the establishment and maintenance of breeding stock. Given the potential uncertainty regarding augmentation of captive breeding stock with specimens from the wild, the United States suggests that Lao PDR submit documentation to the Animals Committee for review demonstrating the trade if in this species is in specimens that meet requirements of 1016 on specimens of animals species bred in captivity. So I would ask for clarification with the confirmation from the country that they are publishing a zero quota on the website. If this then means that should that zero quota be changed, that they would be required to provide such information again for consideration of the Animals Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. So my understanding of the recommendation suggests that if Lao PDR wishes to resume trade in those specimens, it must first communicate with the Secretariat and the Chair of the Animals Committee with a justification that includes a non-detriment finding. Okay, thank you. So that clarification was clarified. The Secretariat also informs me that this requirement was provided to Lao, and Lao confirmed that they understood that should they wish to resume this trade, they would first need to communicate their justification in NDF. So that seems to satisfy that concern, and noted your broader questions on practice. I'll see if there's any other requests for the floor. Poland.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We agree to end the review for the species country combination conditionally to the publication of a zero quota for wild F and R specimens, which was confirmed by Laos. We also support the recommendation of the Animals Committee to include the species in the review of trade in animal specimens reported as produced in captivity. We express our concern with supplementing of wild specimens in captive breeding operations, and which is alarming, as only 300 to 500 Macaca fascicularis are living in the protected areas of Laos. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Poland. We take note of your comments. I'll see if there's any further requests from the floor from parties. Okay, seeing no further requests for the floor, and with the clarifications, it's my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations found in the addendum for this species. So now we can turn to the second group of species, please, Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. So we enter this second group, and the first species is Amazona farinosa, and I will take Guyana and Suriname together because the recommendations from the Secretariat remain the same, with one exception, where we have changed in B in both cases. We have retained recommendation B. It was C to K, and it is now B to K in the case of Guyana and B to M in the case of Suriname. But otherwise, the recommendations are the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So we are looking for the Amazona farinosa for both Guyana and Suriname. The Secretariat has provided the recommendations, noting the retention of urging the information on recommendations B to the final one for both of these countries. So I will open the floor to see if there's any views from members of the Standing Committee or parties. So, seeing no requests for the floor, I believe the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations for this species for both Guyana and Suriname. And I will ask the Secretariat to move to the next species.
Thank you, Chair. The next species is Ara ararauna, which is the blue and yellow macaw. And again, we have this for Guyana and Suriname. The recommendations stay the same, from the Secretariat stay the same in both cases with one change. So for Guyana, we're proposing to retain recommendation A. Previously it was B to K, but it is now all recommendations A to K. And in the case of Suriname, we are also proposing the retention of recommendation B. So they have to provide an update on the implementation of recommendations B to M in the case of Suriname. Thank you. Otherwise, the recommendations are the same.
Thank you, Secretariat. So I think that was clear. So I will open the floor then for comments on the recommendations for you know what I'm saying, for Guyana and Suriname. United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States would like to thank Guyana for submitting this new information on this species. However, given that this additional information was only recently submitted to the Secretariat, the Animals Committee has not had sufficient time to review this information and consult with its members. Therefore, it would be premature to determine whether this additional information justifies the request for an increased quota. Given this, the United States suggests that this determination be postponed until SC 75 to allow the Animals Committee sufficient time to review the new information. In addition, we note that the Plants Committee is recommending similar actions for 2 flora cases where new information has been submitted without sufficient time provided to the Plants Committee for its review. The United States supports consistency between the actions of the 2 technical committees when similar issues arise. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. And so I was trying to read some of the original recommendations. So it's my understanding that the United States would request that the Animals Committee chair, as per the previous recommendations, have the opportunity to review this additional information, and that any decision on a change in the quota therefore not be considered until SC 75, perhaps? And otherwise, the recommendations as laid out in the document would remain the same. So I will seek views. Maybe I'll be more precise. If there are parties with concerns with the United States proposal, to let me know. Otherwise, I will presume that the parties and the members of the Standing Committee agree with the U.S. proposal. Okay. So seeing no requests for the floor, it's my understanding that the Standing Committee is agreeable to the recommendations presented by the Secretariat for the species for Guyana and Suriname, and additionally requests that there not be consideration of increasing the quota until such time as there's been a review of the information, and to revert to and ask the Secretariat perhaps to provide some updated views at SC 75. Okay, so I think that's agreed, and we can move to the next set.
Thank you, Chair. Again, we have Guyana and Suriname, different species this time. It is the Arachloropterus, which is the red and green macaw. And the recommendations remain the same for both of these species, with one amendment, which was to retain recommendation B. So in the case of Guyana, Guyana will now have to provide information on the implementation of recommendations B to K. And for Suriname, it will be recommendations B to M. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So now we are looking at the recommendations for the species for Guyana and Suriname as the Secretariat has presented. So I will see if there's any comments from members of the committee and observer parties. Okay, seeing no requests for the floor, I understand that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations as presented in the addendum and read by the Secretariat. So now we can move on to the next species, please.
Thank you. The next species is Poicephalus gulielmi from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And here the recommendation has been amended slightly in two ways. So one is just to have consistent language with the previous recommendations. So instead of urging Democratic Republic of the Congo to implement the remaining recommendations, we are asking them to provide an update on the implementation of the remaining recommendations. And we are also proposing the retention of recommendations C. Otherwise, it remains the same as previously.
Thank you, Secretariat. So now we are looking at the species for the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So I will see if there's any reactions from members of the Standing Committee or observer parties. Seeing no requests for the floor, I believe the Standing Committee agrees with these recommendations, and we can move to the next species, please.
Thank you, Chair. The next species then is Uromastic scari from Mali. And there is, following consultations with the Animals Committee, there is a proposed change to the recommendation from the Secretariat. So the new recommendation is the Standing Committee is invited to A, request the Secretariat to publish an interim zero export quota for specimens of Uromastic scari from Mali, traded on, and this is the new part, traded under source codes W, F, and R, which shall remain in place until Mali provides information, including an NDF, to justify a higher quota to be agreed with the AC Chair. Then B, request Mali to explain the discrepancies, and we've added some precision here to say including the lack of source codes in the trade data. And C, urge Mali to provide an update on the implementation of recommendations B to J no later than 3 months before the documentation deadline for SC 77. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So we see the recommendations from the Animals Committee and the Secretariat, as the Secretariat has read out for the species from Mali. So I'll open the floor for comments from members of the Standing Committee. And also observer parties. Okay. Seeing no requests for the floor, it's my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees with these recommendations. So let's move on to the next species, please.
Thank you, Chair. The next species is Coora amboinensis from Indonesia. And there's only one minor change to the Secretariat's original recommendation, and this is the retention of Recommendation B. So the Standing Committee in Part B would be is invited to urge Indonesia to provide an update on the implementation of Recommendations B to K. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So on this species, Asian box turtle from Indonesia, the Secretariat has provided the recommendations. They are found in the addendum, and I will open the floor to see if there's any comments from members of the Standing Committee and observer parties. Okay. Seeing no requests for the floor, I will understand that the Standing Committee agrees with these recommendations, and we can move to the next group, please.
Thank you, Chair. The next group is, we have three cases involving Anguilla anguilla, a European eel, which we discussed separately earlier under agenda item 64. And we have cases for Algeria, Morocco, and Tunisia. I propose to take Algeria and Tunisia together because they have very similar recommendations. And the only change to the recommendations from the recommendations made by the Secretariat initially is in Part C, in Recommendation C, to retain Recommendation C. So it's to commend Algeria or Tunisia in both, it's B in Tunisia and C in Algeria, actually, but to commend them for the progress made in relation to implementing the remaining recommendations. So it will be C to L in both cases. And there is a further recommendation which applies in these two cases, but also in the case of Morocco. And that is, following consultations with the Animals Committee, it was felt that these three countries have provided a lot of information. Unfortunately, the Secretariat was not able to translate all of this information and make it available to the members of the Animals Committee in sufficient time for them to be able to review this in great detail. And so the conclusion of the discussions between the Secretariat and the Animals Committee was to request that the Secretariat produce a detailed summary of the information provided by the three countries for review by the Animals Committee and the IUCN Anguillid Specialist Group, and that this would then be further considered at SC 75. So I would like to present that as a proposed way forward on all three cases. And maybe I will leave Morocco until, if you want to discuss Algeria and Tunisia together, and I will come back to Morocco because it is a slightly different case. Thank you.
So the Secretariat has proposed the recommendations for the European eel for Algeria and Tunisia for our consideration. So I will see if there are comments from members of the Standing Committee or observer parties on this species and these two countries. Poland, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I will start with comments concerning Algeria. We agree with recommendations of the Secretariat and compliance with recommendations A and B. We welcome the progress towards compliance with other recommendations, but emphasize, in support of similar demands made by the Secretariat, that it will be necessary to demonstrate the sum of all measures provide overall sustainability for trade in European eels. Concluding on this point, I would like to emphasize also that any harvest of this critically endangered species is in conflict of the recommendations of the International Council for the Exploration of the Sea, which recommends a zero catch for all life stages. And as far as the Tunisia is concerned, we support the core recommendations of the Animals Committee to delay the decision about a release from the review of significant trade of that country until
Standing Committee 75 to allow further analysis of the extensive documents. We agree about compliance with other recommendations, but also urge Tunisia to provide an update on the implementation of the outstanding recommendations. And as already emphasized earlier, we'd like to say that it will be necessary to demonstrate that the sum of all measures provide overall sustainability for trade in European eels. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Poland. We take note of your comments. I will see if there's any other parties wishing to take the floor for this species. Okay, seeing no further requests for the floor, I believe the Standing Committee is generally agreeable with the recommendations for this species for Algeria and Tunisia. Do you want to take the last one, please, Secretariat?
Thank you, Chair. So the last one is Morocco, and again, the species is Anguilla anguilla. In this case, the Standing Committee is invited to acknowledge that the situation for the production of Anguilla anguilla in Morocco is different to that of Algeria and Tunisia. Secondly, to commend Morocco for the detailed response it has provided and the measures it has put in place to manage the species and ensure a strong traceability system is in place. And C, request the Secretariat, like in the case of Algeria and Tunisia, to produce this detailed summary of the information provided by Morocco for review by the Animals Committee and the IUCN Anguillid Specialist Group, again to be considered further at SC 75. And I should add that it is the intention of the Secretariat to reach out to these 3 countries immediately after this meeting to ask them for any updates that they can provide, and we will also incorporate that in the report that the detailed summary that we will provide to SC 75. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So we have recommendations for Morocco for Anguilla anguilla, and I will see if there are comments from the Standing Committee or observer parties. Poland, did you wish to take the floor? Poland, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We acknowledge that the situation for production of Anguilla anguilla in Morocco is different from that of Algeria and Tunisia. We commend Morocco for the detailed response it has provided and the measure it has put in place to manage the species. Keeping in mind, however, that the European eel is one of the most trafficked species in Europe and globally, and also given that the fact that we have poor traceability for the seizures made in this species, we believe it is justified to keep Morocco inside the review of significant trade process. Therefore, we support the recommendations of the Animals Committee to delay the decision about a release of Morocco from the RST until Standing Committee 75 to allow further analysis of the extensive documents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Poland. I'll see if there's any other comments from parties or Standing Committee members. Okay, seeing no further requests for the floor, it sounds like these recommendations are also agreeable to the Standing Committee. Oh, Indonesia. Indonesia, please, you have the floor. Thank you. So again, seeing there's no further requests for the floor on Morocco, I understand that these recommendations are agreeable to the Standing Committee. So before I conclude with the fauna cases, I will open the floor to see if there are any committee members, parties, or observers who wish to make a comment on the review of significant trade for fauna. I see Indonesia, Poland.
Apologies, but I would like to a point of clarification of the previous point, if I may, on the recommendations of Morocco. Because recommendation under letter C is to consider removing Morocco from the review of significant trade process, and we think it is justified to keep Morocco inside this process. So I want to just clarify my previous statement in relation to your ruling, maybe. Thank you.
So the recommendation that I understand we're agreeing to is in the addendum. I'm trying to find the right page of the addendum. Maybe I'll let the Secretariat.
37.
Page 37 of the English. And in particular, it says, request the Secretariat to produce a detailed summary of the information provided for review by the Animals Committee and the IUCN Anguillid Specialist Group to be further considered at SC 75. So my understanding of that recommendation was in line with your point that we are deferring to SC 75. Okay, good. So we have common understanding. So I believe that does conclude our discussion on Anguilla from Morocco. So again, I will open the floor to any parties, standing committee members or observers who wish to make a comment on the fauna review of significant trade. I see Indonesia and IUCN. Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indonesia takes note and appreciates the report and the recommendation made by the Animal Committee and the Secretariat. Indonesia is glad to convey that Indonesia is in the progress to implement all the recommendations regarding the Quora amboinensis. Of course, unfortunately, we had some delays in reporting due to the pandemic. Nevertheless, we are confident that we will fulfill the required updates as per the recommendations B2K as per the assigned deadlines. In addition, we also would like to share that Indonesia has implemented activities such as prohibiting the harvesting of pregnant female individuals and requiring rotation of fishing locations of the species, of course. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. And I have a request from IUCN and Pro Wildlife. So I'll take these two interventions and then we can conclude on fauna. IUCN, please.
Thank you, Chair. This intervention is on behalf of IUCN and ZSL. In the context of the European eel, we'd like to highlight that Algeria, Morocco, and Tunisia are all members of the GFCM, the General Fisheries Commission for the Mediterranean, as are Egypt and Turkey, who also export European eel to non-range states. The GFCM have a research program relating to the European eel and recently held a workshop where the outcomes of this were discussed and a toolbox of measures for enhanced management was proposed. It's very possible that some of these measures will have an effect on both fisheries and trade of European eel, which may in turn affect other anguillid species. However, we believe this kind of regional coordination is essential for the effective management and conservation of all anguillid eels, such that fisheries and associated trade are sustainable. And this is a recommendation of the report submitted under agenda item 64.1 on anguillid eels. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, IUCN. And I will take the final intervention on the fauna from Pro Wildlife, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This intervention is on behalf of 10 organizations and specifically concerns trade in parrot species from Guyana, Suriname, and the DRC. At AC 30 in 2018, the Animals Committee recommended Guyana and Suriname implement a number of actions. While we are encouraged that Guyana has concluded its population assessments, the results have yet to be reported to the Animals Committee more than 2.5 years after the surveys were completed. Meanwhile, exports of these species, all of which have declining wild populations, continue under quotas based on average trade levels. This is essentially business as usual. Guyana should therefore submit details on the population study it conducted by SC 75 rather than waiting until SC 77. We suggest as well that zero quotas be recommended for Suriname. A consistent approach for both countries is important given the risk that parrots could be trafficked across their shared land borders to fill quotas. We also note permits for Poicephalus guillermi from the DRC are being used to conceal shipments of endangered Appendix 1 listed African grey parrots. In the past 6 months, there have been at least 2 seizures of African greys in the DRC, accompanied by CITES export permits for Poicephalus guillermi. we suggest that the Standing Committee recommend a zero quota for this species pending submission of science-based field studies on which to base a non-detriment finding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pro Wildlife. So I want to thank all the interveners on the fauna aspects of this document. We take note of all your comments, and we will advance these recommendations as previously discussed. So now we are going to move to flora. So if you'll give us a second to shuffle, we will move on to flora. Okay, so hopefully everyone's now with us. We are again in Annex 2 of the addendum to SC 74 Doc 30.1. We are on page 45 of the English, which is the recommendations for flora cases. And so I'll ask the Secretariat to start walking us through the recommendations, please. So Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. The first case of the flora cases that will be discussed under the Annex 2 to the addendum is the case of Cameroon Prunus africana. The recommendations suggested for the Standing Committee is, first, the Standing Committee is invited to note that Cameroon has complied with recommendations A and B of the Plans Committee, as well as associated recommendations of the Standing Committee. Second, to encourage Cameroon to continue the implementation of the remaining recommendations C to E of the Plans Committee by consolidating the information it has accrued on NDFs, as well as through the implementation of the relevant project under the CITES Tree Species Program. And lastly, this is following the revisions after the consultations with the Plans Committee, to encourage Cameroon to complete implementation of all outstanding recommendations, including recommendation M of the Standing Committee, in time for the matter to be considered at SC 77.
Do you want us to do that, or are you going to go to the next one?
I think we can.
So thank you. So the first case is Prunus africana for Cameroon. The Secretariat has refreshed our memory of the recommendations, so I will see if there's any comments from members of the Standing Committee or observer parties regarding the recommendation for this species from Cameroon. Okay, seeing no requests for the floor, I understand that the Standing Committee is agreeable to the recommendations as found in the addendum. So we'll move on to the next species, please, Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. The second case for flora is Congo Pericopsis elata. The Standing Committee is invited to A, commend Congo on the progress achieved in the implementation of recommendations A to F of the Plans Committee. B, to encourage Congo to finalize implementation of recommendations A and B by clarifying pending aspects relating to the quotas for 2019 and 2021 onwards. And C, encourage Congo to submit updated NDFs covering all forestry concessions licensed for export and associated information to justify the sustainability of quotas in support of the implementation of decisions C to F of the Plans Committee. And lastly, to encourage Congo to complete implementation of all outstanding recommendations in time for the matter to be considered at SC 77.
Thank you, Secretariat. So now we're looking at the recommendations in the addendum for Paracopsis alata for Congo, and I will see if there's any comments from members of the Standing Committee or observer parties. Okay, seeing no requests for the floor, I understand that these recommendations are agreeable to the Standing Committee. So, Secretariat, I'll ask you to take the next one, please. Oh. Congo, sorry. You wish to make a comment on Paracopsis alata?
Absolument, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Absolutely, comment on dit? Madame la Présidente, avec votre permission,
Madam Chair, with your permission,
nous remercions le Secretariat
we'd
pour le
like to
travail
thank the Secretariat for the work that has been done.
donc, la République du Congo
And the Republic of Congo takes note of all the comments, and I think that in coming days we will respond to these recommendations, and we thank you.
Thank you very much, Congo. So I will now ask the Secretariat to take us to the next species, please.
Thank you, Chair. In the case of Democratic Republic of the Congo for Prunus africana, and in the interest of time, I will only focus the attention on those recommendations that were revised following consultation with the Plants Committee, and that refers to recommendation C before the Standing Committee, which reads to recommend DRC to present monitoring information of the impacts of agreed annual export quotas for 2019 and 2020 on the population status of Prunus africana in harvested regions. New recommendation D, which reads to prior to fully implementing the outstanding recommendations, any increases in the currently published quota communicate to the Secretariat and the Chair of the Plans Committee as to the scientific basis by which it has established that exports are not detrimental to the survival of the species and are compliant with Article 4, paragraphs 2A, 3, and 6A of the Convention. And a new recommendation E to encourage the Democratic Republic of the Congo to establish and communicate to the Secretariat a zero export quota for the regions in which they do not intend to undertake harvest. And this matter is also proposed to be discussed at SC 77.
Thank you, Secretariat. So now we have the recommendations for the Democratic Republic of the Congo for Prunus africana, and I will see if there are any reactions from members of the Standing Committee or observer parties. Okay, seeing no requests for the floor, it seems to me that the Standing Committee is agreed with the recommendations as presented by the Secretariat. So let's move on to the next species for this. Thank you, Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. In the case of, again, Democratic Republic of the Congo for Pericopsis elata, the only change in the addendum based on the consultations with the Plans Committee is the last recommendation, which is calling for this matter to be, for updates on progress on the implementation of this case to be reported to SC 77.
Thank you, Secretariat. So now I will take comments on the recommendations to the Democratic Republic of the Congo for Paracopsis alata as found in the addendum. I'll see if the Standing Committee or observer parties have any comments to make. Seeing no requests for the floor, I take it that those recommendations are also agreeable to the Standing Committee. Next one, please, Secretariat.
The next case is India Pterocarpus santalinus, and the only revision is a new recommendation in paragraph B of the addendum, Annex 2 to the addendum, which reads to request clarification from India as to how the study submitted under recommendation B of the Plans Committee will translate into publication of quotas for artificially propagated specimens for 2020 onwards. And lastly, the new recommendation D is requesting for this matter to be considered at SC 77.
Thank you, Secretariat. So I will draw everyone's attention to the recommendations associated with India for this species and see if there are any comments from the members of the Standing Committee or observer parties. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In accordance with the recommendations of the Standing Committee and the Plants Committee, India's scientific authority, the Botanical Survey of India, completed and submitted a non-detriment finding study for Pterocarpus santalinus in 2019. The study confirms that the standing stock of cultivated red senders in the country satisfies the CITES requirements to qualify as artificially propagated. It provides a positive advice for export of red senders from artificially propagated sources and recommends a national annual export quota of 1,190 metric ton per annum. In addition to the 2019 study, the Management Authority also requested the Scientific Authority to assess cyclone-affected red senders trees in the state of Odisha in 2020. The Botanical Survey of India conducted a non-detriment finding study specifically for these trees and found that they meet the CITES requirements to qualify as artificially propagated. The report from this study has also been submitted to the CITES Secretariat. With regard to seized, confiscated red senders, the Management Authority has conducted an assessment and has found that approximately 13,300 metric tons of seized, confiscated red senders are in the custody of various state and central enforcement agencies in the country. We also report that as of December 2021, export permits had been issued by the Management Authority for 9,080.47801 metric tons of seized red senders from the quantity of 11,806 metric tons communicated in 2012. And we have been reporting regularly on export of red senders specimens in our annual reports, which are up to date. We have also provided year-wise breakup of the export quantity of red senders to the Secretariat separately. Therefore, we request the Secretariat to update relevant quotas in web page following this meeting. With these updates, we consider the Standing Committee's recommendations to India regarding red senders, including recommendations C and D mentioned in the Secretariat's reports, have been fulfilled. Since all the recommendations of the Standing Committee with respect to India regarding red senders under the review of significant trade process have been implemented, we urge the Standing Committee to remove the species from the RST process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, India, for your report, and I understand that this information was very recently provided to the Secretariat, and so as you can see in this meeting, it's very difficult for us to take the time to absorb this information and determine if the recommendations have been met. What I could suggest, however, is given this information, we could ask the Secretariat to review what you have provided and provide an update to SC 75 to see in response to your question about or your belief that recommendation C and D have been fulfilled, and then we can see with a bit more time with the time to absorb that information at SC 75. So that is one approach I might suggest. If there's any disagreement with that approach. And I will draw your attention, of course, to the other recommendations, including the recommendation from the Plants Committee. United States, please.
Thank you, Chair. No disagreement with that way forward per se, except to ask that the Plants Committee also be consulted with that information as well. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. Yes, we'll ask the Secretariat to loop in the Plants Committee through its chair to provide their advice regarding these recommendations and the information provided by India. So with that amendment to the recommendations to change SC 77 to SC 75, I think this is agreeable. Did you have a comment on the India recommendations?
On the information on India, when you're mentioning 30,000 seedlings, I think maybe we need to transpose that into kilograms. It might help us to understand better.
Thank you, Senegal. And indeed, it is challenging to absorb information new, and so that the opportunity for that evaluation amongst the expert committee with the support of the Secretariat, I think will help us all. So with that minor change, I think this set of recommendations is generally agreeable, and we can move to the next case, please. Secretariat?
Yes, so the next case is for Nepal Nardostakis grandiflora. And this was one of the cases that we reviewed in detail in consultation with the Plants Committee. Originally, we had assessed that Nepal had complied with all the recommendations, but considering the amount of information that is associated to this case, and with a precautionary view, the Plants Committee recommended for this case to be reassessed at SC 75. So we do suggest commending Nepal in its commitment to establish precautionary quotas for this species. But we are additionally requesting them to continue to consult with the Secretariat and the chair of the Plants Committee of any quota for 2022 onwards, and for this case to be reported by the Secretariat at SC 75, including any recommendations regarding its potential removal from the review of significant trade process.
Thank you, Secretariat. So now we have the recommendations associated with Nepal. So I'll see if there's any comments on these recommendations from Standing Committee members or observer parties. Okay, seeing no requests for the floor, it's my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations. So the next one, please, Secretariat.
So the next case is Nicaragua Dalbergia retusa. And this is a similar case where Nicaragua has made commendable efforts in the timely implementation for the recommendations by the Plants Committee, but there are questions regarding how the NDFs that have thus far been produced will translate into the establishment of sustainable annual quotas. So that is now reflected under new recommendation B. And the recommendation for this case to be reported at SC 77.
Thank you, Secretariat. So the committee has before it the recommendations with the additions from the Plants Committee for Nicaragua for Dalbergia retusa. So I will see if there's any comments from members of the Standing Committee as well as observer parties. Seeing no requests for the floor, it's my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations for Nicaragua. So we can do the next one, please.
The next case is for Panama Dalbergia retusa. In consultation with the Plants Committee, while we noted that the recommendations have not been implemented, in order to provide Panama sufficient time for updating the Secretariat on this implementation, we are recommending this case to be considered at SC 77. And if by that documentation deadline, Panama fails to meet reporting, there is a recommendation to request the Secretariat to publish a zero export quota as an interim measure, and for this matter to be considered at SC 77.
Thank you, Secretariat. So we have the recommendations for this species from Panama. So I will see if there's any comments from members of the Standing Committee or observer parties, and I see Panama, please.
Thank you, Chair. Tomamos nota de las
We take note of the recommendations from the Secretariat, and we will be doing the necessary to ensure that we send the information to the Secretariat even before COP19, which will be held in Panama. We are seeking financing to be able to carry out a national population study of Dalbergia, and we have also carried out alliances with administrative authorities such as China, Hong Kong, so that we can check on the data. And we've had a great deal of collaboration from China in terms of containers with this species, and we would like to implement the zero export quota. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Panama, for your intervention and your commitment to providing the information. It's much appreciated. I will see if there's any other comments on the recommendations directed to Panama. Seeing no requests for the floor, it's my understanding that the Standing Committee is agreeable with the recommendations as provided in the document. And I will ask the Secretariat to take us through the last case, please.
So the last case is for Paraguay, Bulnesia sarmientoi. This is another case where the country has made really good work in implementing and following thoroughly the recommendations by the Plans Committee. But again, the amount of information associated to the case is significant. So to provide time for the Plans Committee to have time to reflect on the pertinence of removing this case from the review process, the Plans Committee agreed to revise new recommendations B and C for new quotas to be communicated to the Secretariat and in consultation with the chair of the Plans Committee, and for a progress update on this at SC 75.
Thank you, Secretariat. And so the final set of recommendations as found in the addendum are for Paraguay, and so I'll open the floor to see if there's any comments from members of the Standing Committee or observer parties for these recommendations. Okay, seeing no requests for the floor, it's my understanding that these recommendations are also agreeable to the Standing Committee. So now we have worked our way through the cases and the recommendations, so I will, before closing this item, I will see if there are any final comments to be made on the review of significant trade for flora by members of the Standing Committee, observer parties, or observers. Georgia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I don't have comments specifically on the significant trade review, but I have general comment, maybe. So we have noted that several countries have mentioned financial constraints for undertaking the resource assessments, and we should acknowledge that this is indeed a huge challenge. From our practice, we can say that ensuring sustainable trade may require more funding from the government side than it has income from this trade. We are happy to see that some of the parties are eligible to receive support under several programs under the Convention, such as Compliance Assistance Program or Tree Species Program. However, we consider that to make sustainable trade really sustainable, support should be targeted not only at fulfilling these specific recommendations, but also at supporting countries in establishing sustainable mechanism for generation of financial resources so that the countries are able to ensure long-term sustainability in trade. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Georgia. We take note of your comments and the importance of providing support for being able to ensure long-term sustainability. I'll see if there's any other final interventions before I close this item. So thank you. I was just confirming that we had well recorded the additional advice related to India for the review of the information in consultation with the Plants Committee through its chair. So with that, the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations for flora with that additional review for the information provided by India. And we can conclude our consideration of SC 74 Doc 30.1 and turn our attention to SC 74 Doc 30.2.
Do you have the annotated agenda?
So we are now looking at SC 74 Doc 30.2, review of Standing Committee recommendations to suspend trade made more than 2 years ago. And I will turn to the Secretariat, please, to present this document.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So in accordance with paragraph 1P of Resolution Conf 12.8 Rev Cop 17 on the review of significant trade in specimens of Appendix 2 species, the Secretariat presents a review of recommendations to suspend trade that have been in place for longer than 2 years and evaluates the reasons why this is the case in consultation with the range states concerned. So the summary of the recommendations for fauna and flora is found in paragraph 27 of the document. And as we did for the previous agenda item, we propose to deal with the fauna cases first and then the flora cases. So concerning fauna cases, due to limited resources, the Secretariat focused on those cases that have been subject to a recommendation to suspend trade since 2016, as these were not reviewed at SC 70, or SC 66, or SC 70. In this regard, the Secretariat commissioned UNEP WCMC to examine a selection of animal taxa from 8 selected parties, and these were Benin, Cameroon, Fiji, Ghana, Guinea, Senegal, the Solomon Islands, and the United Republic of Tanzania. Acting on behalf of the Secretariat, UNEP WCMC consulted with each of these range states. The results of these consultations are contained in the report in Annex 2 to this document, which also makes recommendations on whether the trade suspension may still be warranted or if the suspension could be lifted. And the responses from the parties are presented in Annex 1 to this document in the language and format that they were received. Of the 8 parties that are subject to a recommendation to suspend trade that were consulted as part of this review, responses were received from 5. 3 parties, Guinea, Senegal, and the United Republic of Tanzania, did not respond to the consultation, and as a result, it is recommended that the trade suspensions for Hippocampus algiricus from Guinea and Senegal, and Kingyongia fisheri and Kingyongia tavatana from the United Republic of Tanzania remain in place. And in this regard, we noted the concerns raised earlier by Senegal in its intervention during the discussions on the seahorses. And so we will liaise directly with Senegal to review this case concerning Hippocampus algiricus following this meeting. So I hope that that help Senegal. In addition, Fiji confirmed that there was no intention to trade in live corals in the future, and on this basis, it is suggested that the current recommendations to suspend trade in Plerogyra simplex and Plerogyra sinosa could be lifted subject to the publication of zero export quotas. Cameroon noted that while it did not currently wish to resume trade in Trioceras quadricornis, a species inventory and NDF could be a future possibility. And so it is recommended that the trade suspension for this species-country combination remain in place for now. However, this could be reviewed in the future, subject to Cameroon providing these elements. So the responses of the 3 remaining parties, that's Benin, Ghana, and the Solomon Islands, indicated that trade in the 10 relevant suspended species for these 3 countries may be anticipated in future. And this amounts to 12 species-country combinations. So for these 3 countries, it was decided in consultation with the Secretariat to compile updated species assessments to evaluate progress against the Animals Committee's recommendations in detail. On the basis of the responses from the 3 countries, as well as further information identified through literature searches and in consultation with experts, it was concluded that the retention of the current trade suspensions may be appropriate for all 12 species-country combinations concerning fauna, and these assessments can be found in Table I of Annex 2 to this document. And I would like to add one final note from the fauna cases, that although many of the trade suspensions are remaining in place, as we have pointed out in a number of agenda items, there are a number of initiatives that will assist parties in implementing RST recommendations, including the Compliance Assistance Programme, and we also have some funding to help parties directly, and we hope to do that in the future. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, for introducing the fauna cases. Perhaps I'll ask the Secretariat to introduce the flora cases, and then we can take the recommendations under consideration. So flora, please.
Thank you, Chair. In the case of the flora species, paragraph 21 of the document breaks down the 5 cases that for which a trade suspension has been in place for more than 2 years. In the interest of time, I will only point out in the case of the flora ongoing trade suspensions, the Secretariat did in-house research, and based on the findings that we did, the only case for which we would be recommending lifting the trade suspension is for the case that is described in paragraph 26, which is Mozambique, CITES Standing. This provided that in light of confirmation from specialists that based on the available information, the species does not seem to be native to Mozambique, and that any trade from this species from Mozambique is unlikely to have a negative impact on wild populations. The rest of the details for the other cases are in paragraphs 22 to 25, and for these we are not proposing any modification to the trade suspension. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat, for your report in association with SC 74 Doc 30.2 on the review of recommendations to suspend trade made more than 2 years ago. I'll draw the attention of the committee to the recommendations in paragraph 27 of the document, which summarizes the recommendations that the Secretariat just provided. So I will seek the views, starting with the Standing Committee members, on the recommendations in paragraph 27. I will start by taking it as a whole, and if that becomes complicated, we'll break it down into pieces. So any views on the recommendations in paragraph 27? Oceania, please.
Thank you, Chair. Oceania notes that both Fiji and Solomon Islands are presently included in the review of significant trade recommendations to suspend trade more than 2 years ago. For Fiji, we encourage the Standing Committee to support the recommendation of the Secretariat to withdraw its recommendation to suspend trade from Fiji for Pleurogyra simplex and Pleurogyra sinuosa, pending the submission of a formal voluntary zero export quota. We stand ready to assist Fiji with concluding this matter should the Standing Committee agree to this recommendation. We note with gratitude that the Solomon Islands has been provided with support, including from the United States of America, the CITES Secretariat and SPREP, to address ongoing issues related to the recommendation to suspend trade in 7 species of Tridacna. Solomon Islands has committed to continue to address these issues, including making of robust non-detriment findings and accurate and complete annual reporting. With that in mind, we agree that until these matters are addressed, the Standing Committee should retain its recommendation to suspend trade from the Solomon Islands for the 7 Tridacna species. We also support the remaining recommendations of the Secretariat. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Oceania. Poland, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We agree with all the recommendations suggested, including the recommendation to withdraw the recommendation to suspend trade for Pleurogyra simplex and Pleurogyra sinuosa from Fiji, subject to the publication of voluntary zero export quota. We'd like to remark that it has to be ensured that these voluntary export quotas are published every year until NDF can be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Poland, for your agreement and your precision. I will continue to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee. I would also invite observer parties who wish to comment. Tanzania, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving Tanzania the opportunity to comment. At this point, I would like to commend the Secretariat for coming up with this report. Chair, the trade suspension for Kinyonga fishery and Kinyonga tavetana was made in 2016. Chair, in the same year, Tanzania suspended export of live animals as part of stricter domestic measures pursuant to Article 15 of the present convention. This moratorium is valid to date, Chair. This information was exchanged with UNWCMC at the margin of AC30. During the meeting with UNWCMC, United Republic of Tanzania registered its concerns over insufficient funding and interest from conservation partners to fund research on these species that could provide information requested by the Secretariat to make positive determination. Chair, in light of this, the United Republic of Tanzania is kindly requesting the Secretariat to register a zero export quota for these species. Should we wish to reinstate the export of these species, we shall conduct NDF to justify the sustainability of the export quota. Chair, we also requested the committee to remove Tanzania from the list of countries recommended to be retained in the list of trade suspension paragraph 27C of SC 74 Doc 30.2. Thank you, Chair.
So, Tanzania, thank you for your comments. If I understood you correctly, you are requesting to register the publication of a zero export quota for the 2 species.
Yes.
And with the publication of that zero export quota, you're asking to have the recommendation to suspend trade be withdrawn.
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, so thank you. I'll let parties reflect on that. Recognizing this is similar to what is in paragraph B, and I will seek inputs on the recommendations, including the points raised by Tanzania. United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States supports the review of significant trade and participates fully as appropriate in each of the committees. Overall, we support the Secretariat's recommendations in paragraph 27, and we have some additional specific points and suggested amendments to share. With regard to the recommendation in 27A, we note that the Secretariat's report indicates that Mozambique has not provided an update, and we believe the withdrawal of the recommendation to suspend trade should be amended to be subject to Mozambique communicating to the Secretariat and Plants Committee Chair an update on how they intend to regulate trade in the species in compliance with the convention. We also note that the CITES checklist of species includes Mozambique as a range state and recommend this issue be referred to the nomenclature specialist for flora to assess the need for an amendment to the species entry at COP 19. With regard to recommendation 27B, we suggest amendment of the recommendation to include the zero quota be published annually on the CITES website, and if Fiji decides to resume trade in this species, it should also forward its NDF to the Animals Committee for review as per Res Conf 12.8. Along those lines, we would support similar measures as suggested by our colleague in Tanzania. With regard to recommendation 27D, the United States would like to thank UNEP WCMC for their work to prepare the report presented in Annex 2 of this document. We also support the Secretariat's recommendation, and to the extent there are some individual instances of illegal imports subject to RST trade suspensions not being caught, it is a problem that should be identified, and importing country parties should be urged to redouble their efforts to enforce against any such illegal imports. On the other hand, if there are significant issues identified where an importing country is repeatedly not enforcing against one or more trade suspensions, there may indeed be compliance issues raised. Importing parties are required by Article 4, Sub 4, to ensure valid CITES documents from the country of export or re-export accompany import of Appendix 2 specimens, or to take appropriate enforcement measures pursuant to Article 8, Sub 1. I also have another comment about an issue that was raised in paragraph 16, and I will ask the chair whether I should hold that comment until further discussion of 27 has been completed. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. Yes, perhaps we can first continue the discussion on the recommendations, and then I'll revert back to you on your additional comment on paragraph 16. Okay, thank you, United States. The United States has provided a number of suggestions, and so I just wanted to make sure I understood them, and I want to make sure that the parties understand them, so that you can all reflect and provide me with your advice. And so reverting back, our colleagues from Tanzania have indicated that they wish to register a zero export quota, and have indicated that should they wish to change that quota, they would justify it with an NDF. And so this would suggest that the suggestion is to include Tanzania in association with the recommendations in 27B, so that we would withdraw the recommendation for the 2 species from Fiji, as well as the 2 species from Tanzania, subject to the publication of that voluntary export quota, and also recalling that should they wish to make changes to that quota, it needs to be communicated along with the justification, and we will add the precision of including the NDF. For 27A, the recommendation was to remove the suspension of the species from Mozambique, as after doing some research, the Secretariat concluded that the species is not native to Mozambique and that evidence does not exist of it occurring as wild populations in the country. The United States, however, would prefer to retain it to get a further understanding directly from Mozambique on how it intends on perhaps the status and how it intends to regulate that species, the trade in that species, and would also refer the question of its range to the nomenclature expert. So I'll be interested in the views of the parties and the Standing Committee on, again, on the recommendations in paragraph 27, including the changes that have been proposed by the United States and by Tanzania. So I'll open the floor. I'll continue to take views from parties. United Kingdom, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd just like to support the request from Tanzania to withdraw the recommendation to suspend trade for the 2 species in the table upon publication of a zero quota, and that any change to that quota in future should be communicated to the Secretariat and Animals Committee Chair, as read in the paragraph B above. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom, and I'd also heard support for Tanzania from the United States. So far I hear support for that one. I'd be curious to see if there's views on the proposal provided by the United States with regard to the CITES species from Mozambique as well. So I'm not seeing any requests for the floor. First of all, it's my understanding that the committee does agree with the recommendations in paragraph C, with the exception of United Republic of Tanzania, and with the recommendations in paragraph D. With respect to the recommendation in paragraph B, the committee agrees to include Tanzania, and so withdraw the recommendation to suspend trade for the 2 Tanzanian species, subject to the publication, with the appropriate caveats about if the circumstances change, there should be a justification that includes an NDF. So that takes care of B, C, and D. I haven't seen any further requests for the floor for paragraph A. I understand that this recommendation was brought to the Standing Committee with consultation with the chair of the Plants Committee. So unless I hear other concerns with this recommendation, it's my sense that the Standing Committee is willing to agree to withdraw the recommendation to suspend trade for this species from Mozambique. And also we should take note of the issue with regard to the range and refer that to the nomenclature expert as suggested. This is what, so this is what I'm reading the lack of response to be. So I'll seek further guidance. United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our concern would be that it is listed as a range country in the CITES checklist, and nevertheless, it would require a non-detriment finding, and we've had no communications from Mozambique. And so it's not going to, if they're not trading in it, it won't give them any difficulties to be retained in the review until we get this information. If there's a way of making it a time-bound thing, we'd be happy to offer that, you know, if that would help. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. I guess and this is what I would really seek the guidance of other members of the committee about, is that if the plant, according to the research done by the Secretariat, is not native to the country, while I understand that it is listed as such, and that does need to be clarified, I'm not quite sure exactly what we would be asking Mozambique to provide, or what the recommendation to suspend trade accomplishes, I guess. But I'm in your hands, committee. So if you would like, we could retain the recommendation to suspend trade, to ask the Secretariat to reach out to Mozambique for further information and clarification on their understanding of the status of the species in their country. And re-examine it at SC 75. I'm just conscious that if the species doesn't exist in the country, it seems we don't really want to burden them with requests for non-detriment findings for species that are not native. So I'm in your hands, committee. I really just throw me a bone. Which way should we go? Senegal, please.
Thank you, Madam. I would like to thank the Secretariat for excellent work and for these conclusions. Now, with respect to the issues raised by the United States and Tanzania, it seems to me that if you're dealing with a species that is not endemic, is not native to the country, then why worry about it? We have enough trouble getting resources to deal with these NDFs. If you're dealing with a species that is not native to the country, then why complicate everybody's life? Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. So it sounds to me like you are happy with the recommendation as provided by the Secretariat to withdraw the recommendation to suspend trade. So maybe that's what I'll do. I will continue to look to the Standing Committee members. I am inclined to have the Standing Committee agree with the recommendation to withdraw the recommendation to suspend trade of this species from Mozambique, recognizing, of course, that we do need to provide clarification in our CITES documentation regarding the range of this species, and we can refer that to the flora nomenclature expert. So if Standing Committee members are in agreement with my assessment, maybe just give me some nods. A thumbs up or two. Okay. Okay, yeah. So thank you, United States, for drawing our attention to your concerns. And we do note the need to make that update, but it's my sense that the Standing Committee agrees with recommendation 27A to withdraw the recommendation to suspend trade of this species from Mozambique. Thank you, members of the committee. And so that addresses the recommendations found in Thank you. And so that, I believe, concludes our deliberation of Doc 30.2. And I will now revert us back to, United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I almost forgot myself that I had asked for the floor again. Thank you for your indulgence. Given that the United States is identified in paragraph 16A as an importing country in potential noncompliance with the Standing Committee's recommendation to suspend trade in Conyxis homiana of Benin, Camellia gracilis of Ghana, Camellia senegalensis of Ghana, and Tridacna species of the Solomon Islands, the U.S. would like to address this issue. We have checked the accuracy of the data presented in the report and in the CITES trade database against the information in our annual report and law enforcement databases. According to our data, the reported information for the shipment involving Camellia gracilis from Ghana is incorrect. Our records show no cleared or seized shipments of this species imported from Ghana during 2019. However, our records do confirm that there was one import of 43 live wild-sourced Camellia senegalensis imported into the United States in 2018 with an endorsed original permit from Ghana. For Conyxis homiana from Benin, review of our data shows that there was an input error in our 2017 annual report submission. The source code for this shipment was incorrectly entered as source code W when the CITES export permit from Benin states source code R. Prior to submission of our annual report, the U.S. attempts to catch these types of errors, but with the volume of data that may sometimes be missed. As for the Tridacna species from the Solomon Islands in 2019, the U.S. has no record of any imports of Tridacna from the Solomon Islands for any purpose during that year. Regarding the error identified in the United States reported data on the Conyxis homiana shipment from Benin, we will submit a correction and alert the administrator to this correction in a subsequent submission of trade data. If further details regarding the 2019 shipment of Tridacna species from the Solomon Islands is provided to us, we will gladly check the accuracy of the data against this information, the information in our annual report and law enforcement databases. To conclude, the U.S. implements all CITES trade suspensions through our CITES implementing regulations, and we prohibit and enforce against imports that are subject to CITES trade suspensions. Regarding the import of 43 wild-sourced Camellia senegalensis from Ghana in 2018, the U.S. made a mistake in not enforcing the trade suspension in that case, and we appreciate it being brought to our attention. Although this was an isolated case, we will redouble our efforts to enforce against any such illegal imports going forward. We believe our response to these issues have fully addressed the questions raised in the report, and we do not believe they rise to the level of a compliance matter. Thank you.
Thank you, United States, for your comments regarding that trade and for identifying the one issue and the other data issues, which I'm sure we can all understand. So thank you, United States, for those comments. And with that, I think we can conclude our deliberation of document 30.2. And now we can turn back to the agenda, and we will now be turning to document 21 on livelihoods. So, Secretariat, when everyone's ready, we can begin this discussion. So we are looking at item 21. And there are two documents under item 21. There's SC 74 Doc 21.1 and SC 74 Doc 21.2. The first document was submitted by the report of the chair of the Working Group on Livelihoods, and the second one by the Secretariat. So perhaps we can start with the first document and turn to the chair at Peru. I believe you are going to introduce this document for us. Thank you so much. Peru, please, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Yes, we are going to present the document that we have submitted as chair of the Working Group on Livelihoods, and I'll give you a summary. In decision 18.34 directed to the Secretariat, we looked at CITES and livelihoods, and the point was to ensure that we had consultation and participation by local communities in the work of CITES implementation. And through notification 2020-04, the Secretariat sent out a questionnaire which was responded to by only 13 parties. From that questionnaire, we repeat that we suggest that it's a good idea to reiterate consultation to the parties so that we have a wider overview of the efforts and work of parties in involving local communities and indigenous people in the work of CITES. In the responses respond, where we have countries that have mechanisms and national legislation to promote participation by communities, but there are limitations in the representation. And there's also a need for training on CITES benefits and impacts in local communities. So we recommend that we have a repetition of the consultation to parties, and we bear in mind that decisions 1834 and 1835 on livelihoods not only refer to consultation of local communities, but also to recommendations that promote engagement of local communities in CITES implementation, and that links with the communities group. So we think that we could work on the synergies with the group for rural communities so that we can reevaluate our mandates. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of the Working Group. Thank you, Peru. Before we begin our deliberations, I'll also invite the Secretariat to introduce document SC 74 21.2, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Document 21.2, prepared by the Secretariat, presents an overview of a wide range of activities undertaken by the Secretariat in relation to livelihoods as mandated by COP18 decisions, including the development of new case studies on CITES and livelihoods, and short films on selected case studies, in independent review of case studies, and the preparation of a guidance on how to maximize the benefits to IPIC of CITES implementation and trade in CITES listed species. A study on the use of certification systems of the products of CITES species from IPICs. The Secretary advised the committee to review the draft guidance in Annex 1 of the current document so that it can incorporate the recommendations of the committee in the updated version of the document so that it can incorporate recommendations of the committee recommendations in the document for consideration at COP19. The Secretary sees the guidance as a living document that can be further improved in the future, rather than a document for adoption at COP19. The report in Annex 2 introduces various options of certification systems for products or IPIC that can be considered in the CITES context. The Secretary would like to seek an indication from the committee whether it sees merit for the Secretary to make further exploration of various options, including the collection of specific experiences and best practices on the ground and the pilot testing of the viability of any options, so that the Secretariat can prepare draft decisions for consideration at COP19 accordingly. Due to the complex nature of this exercise, the Secretary is not making recommendations on the best option or options at this stage. The Secretary would like to thank China, including Hong Kong SAR and the European Union, for the financial contribution that make the activities possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So we have some recommendations to the committee. The working group provides some recommendations on advancing the work, including, I believe, consideration of how to bring draft decisions to COP19 to continue a mandate to work on this issue. In addition, the Standing Committee is invited by the Secretariat to review and provide their comments on the draft guidance provided in SC 74 Doc 21.2 and to provide some input, and then the Secretariat can advance a revision to the Conference of the Party for its consideration. And there is also the Secretariat is seeking guidance on exploring the use of registered marks. So I think with that, I will seek the views of members of the Standing Committee. Correct, yes, the screen is incorrect. We are on document 21.1 and document 21.2. Okay, so I see China, followed by Indonesia. China, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My intervention is on points 20, 21 of the agenda, and we'd like to thank the Secretariat and the working group and the experts for their work, in particular in the exceptional context of the pandemic. We support the intervention of Peru and the report of the Secretariat in documents 20.1 and 20.2. This involves the improvement of the well-being of indigenous peoples and local communities, which we think is essential for the conservation of biodiversity and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. It has been subject to major work within the United Nations and other multilateral environmental agreements. Based on this rich experience in poverty reduction and improvement of livelihoods for communities, China gives particular attention to this subject and has financed in recent years various programs on the subject. China is of the opinion that CITES and the parties should continue to support the initiatives linked to indigenous peoples and local communities, as well as to livelihoods, as requested and suggested in the relevant resolutions of CITES so that we can make further progress. Thank you.
Thank you, China. So I will now seek the intervention of Indonesia, please, followed by Poland. Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually delivering this statement on behalf of the esteemed delegation of Malaysia, who is not able to attend our meeting. Malaysia as a party, of course. Thank you, Madam Chair. Malaysia urges the Standing Committee to review the recommendation to submit the draft guidance on maximizing benefits to indigenous peoples and local communities from trade in CITES-listed species, laid out in Annex 1 for consideration at the COP19. The draft guidance should be comprehensive on providing guidance to maximize the benefits to IPLCs, yet attack trade bans and restriction, as well as contains elements of assumptions on the effort of the parties to practice sustainable trade and maximize the benefits to the IPLCs. Malaysia requests for parties to be given more time to review the draft guidance by suggesting the Secretariat to issue a notification to the parties in this regard, and therefore does not agree for the submission of the draft guidance to COP19. By this, I end my reading on the intervention of Malaysia. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia, on behalf of Malaysia. I now have Poland, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We thank the Secretariat for the report. We take note of it and its annexes. We also thank Peru as Working Group Chair for their report. We regret about the little progress made and propose to recommend to COP19 to extend the mandate of the Working Group to the next intersessional period and include in the mandate to consider the report of the Secretariat, including the draft guidance and the report on exploring the use of registered marks, certification schemes and other traceability mechanisms, and present its findings to the 77th meeting of the Standing Committee. We don't support the suggestion to invite current meeting to give recommendations on the draft guidance for improvement on a possible way forward for inclusion of the report on exploring the use of registered marks, certification schemes and other traceability mechanisms in the Secretariat's document so that the Secretariat can submit the draft guidance and the report for consideration at COP19. We think that the working group did not have the opportunity to review and discuss the draft guidance or report as it was foreseen in its mandate. Hence, in our view, our meeting should await the working group's review before proposing to submit it to COP19. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Poland, for your advice on the path forward with this work. I'll continue to seek views from members of the Standing Committee. I'll also invite observer parties who wish to speak. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Canada would like to align itself with the comments just made by Poland. And in addition, regarding the recommendation to merge the working group on livelihoods with the working group on indigenous peoples and local communities, while we appreciate there is a certain degree of overlap, Canada does not support merging these two issues. However, we recommend that the Standing Committee encourages the working groups to share information as they advance their specific mandates. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. And as I mentioned, I'm also taking interventions from parties. So I have Mexico, Brazil, Tanzania, Burkina Faso. So Mexico, please, you have the floor.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mexico recognizes that participation by indigenous peoples and local communities is essential in decision-making for the implementation of CITES. Mexico seeks and strengthens the work by indigenous peoples' representatives and local communities, and we try and have their participation in deciding on national positions through public consultations, as we have already set up at national level. And we'd also like to inform you that currently Mexico is developing a project which is in the initial phase of product for the GEF with various CITES species, which is looking at the sustainable and traceable harvesting of species native to Mexico. And we consider it essential that we involve indigenous peoples and local communities in managing wildlife to create value chains and strengthen the conservation of the species. And we recognize and appreciate that which was commented by Peru and the comments made by China and the representative from Indonesia as well on behalf of Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. Next I had Brazil, followed by Tanzania.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. With regard to the recommendations of paragraph 20, letters A and B, that invite the Standing Committee to review the draft guidance of the report, we would like to inform that at the end of 2021, Brazil finished a report on the evaluation of the value chain of sustainable management of the pirarucu, one of the case studies considered on the referred work. A mobile app is also under development, and it will innovate as it will allow the record of captured individuals and their identification, providing traceability of commercial transactions between upstream producers and downstream markets, ensuring to the administrative authority a less bureaucratic process for issuing CITES export permits, therefore meaning a positive step for livelihoods. We would like to acknowledge the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization and the BioAmazonia Project for their support to these developments, and would like to submit these experiences to the Secretariat for consideration and eventual incorporation of its significant aspects into the draft documents.
Thank you, Brazil. Next on my list was Tanzania, please.
Thank you, Chair, for giving Tanzania the floor. Chair, we would like to align ourselves with comments made by Malaysia, Poland, and Canada. And I think there is a lot that needs to be done, as they pointed out. Chair, I also want to draw the attention that it would probably be important to tease out between the indigenous communities and the local communities separately. Not necessarily that you would get all indigenous, all communities being indigenous communities, and the interests might vary in this case. And for that matter, we suggest the two groups be treated separately. But also in terms of livelihoods, the assumption here seems to be that local communities are directly involved in the trade itself. They might be beneficiaries from what is going on in terms of the whole chain of the trade, but not necessarily that they're involved directly in the trade itself. So this has to be looked at carefully. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tanzania. I will take the intervention from Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Burkina Faso supports that which has been said by Poland, Malaysia, and Canada. The information in the document does not yet go into enough depth and does not allow us to continue the discussion. We haven't got the time to go into details of these issues and to see how we can better improve them. We will need to submit them to COP19 and to see if the COP can renew the decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Burkina Faso. So thus far, I see three more, but I would like to just sum up where I think we're going right now. I hear lots of support for continuing work. It sounds like some parties are feeling that some of the aspects of the work that's been done need to be appropriately reviewed by the Standing Committee through an extended mandate of the working group. With respect, for example, to the question from the Secretariat on the registered marks, it's my sense that this report and its results need to be reviewed carefully by a working group of the Standing Committee, and thus perhaps it's would be an element to include in updated decisions. There's also some desire to continue commenting on the guidance document that was prepared and shown in Annex 1. The document the Secretariat indicated would become a living document. So I think the next steps that I'm hearing from the Standing Committee is perhaps to charge the Standing Committee Chair to work with the working group chairs and the Secretariat to prepare updated decisions taking into account the work has been done for consideration by the Conference of the Parties so that the mandate could continue and the documentation could be considered as has been requested. So this is what I think I'm hearing. I believe I had a couple of parties who still wish to speak. Is it Senegal?
Microphone. Thank you, Madam Chair. I note with bitterness that there are 2 points that seem to me to be very sensitive that the CITES community has not been able to take on in the development of these activities. The first point is the participation of indigenous peoples in CITES processes. Kenya was head of the group, but they said they weren't able to work on that. They've asked for the group to be to have its mandate renewed, and we see the same thing happening, but elsewhere, when we come to different types of issues, things have progressed. But I think on these 2 issues that are extremely sensitive when we're talking about indigenous peoples and local communities, and there we are in areas where the resources we manage are implanted. So I would really like to call on the Secretariat to take these issues into account at the next COP to ensure that work is done on this, because we cannot manage the resources without the involvement of local communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal, for your call, and I will take that on as the Standing Committee Chair as well for the Standing Committee to continue its work in these areas. So again, we're getting close to the end of our session, and I would like to make some progress. So right now, I'm seeing the recommendation of the Standing Committee is to ask the Chair to work with the Secretariat and the chairs of the working group to provide updated decisions in order to extend the mandate and continue this good work. So that is what I think is being requested. I would invite interventions, and in particular invite interventions in disagreement of this conclusion. And if you agree, perhaps that's great. So with that commentary, if there are parties who still wish to take the floor on this matter, if you could re-raise your flags. Okay, so I previously had some parties, but it sounds like you are not in disagreement with the approach moving forward, or do you wish to take the floor? Parties, I'm a little unclear. There's things going up and down. Indonesia, you wish to take the floor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, the conclusion seems to be that you plan to submit the guidance to the COP. No. Sorry.
No, my conclusion is to submit updated decisions to the COP. And so as part of the submission of the updated decisions in the report of the working group, we can show that these documents have been prepared as per the direction. But it's my sense that the parties are not feeling that they've had enough opportunity to provide comment. And so there would be mandates provided so that the Standing Committee could review and provide comment on those documents. It was my sense that, of course, the decisions were unclear. It didn't say that they needed to be endorsed or approved or anything. But overall, I think they might be part of the report. But what the decision we would submit to the Conference of the Parties is a series of decisions to update the existing decisions to continue that work.
Okay, thank you.
Decisions on decisions, that's very confusing. I appreciate that. So again, I don't want to go over time, so I'm really asking for people to really think hard about if they have a critical intervention they have to make and if they disagree with my recommendations. And I do see some observers waving their flags, so I will allow for 30-second interventions from observers if you have a critical point you wish to make. Gabon, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will be brief. We just want to specify that for decision 1833 of document 21.2, we may have to have clear references to allow parties to better implement the decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gabon. And I may follow up with you on that point. But overall, I do see an extension of the mandate being agreed. So again, I will now, with the 5 minutes left, I will invite one intervention from an observer. Again, very, very short, please. I have 3. I now have 4. Okay, I really do. I'm going to take 2 because, again, I really want short, punctual ones. So I saw the Wildlife Conservation Society and Conservation Force, since I didn't give you the floor last time. So WCS and then Conservation Force.
I will be very brief, thank you, Chair, and won't give you the whole introduction how we are very strongly in support of further engagement of Indigenous peoples and local communities in wildlife management and conservation at the national level. While we find the report commissioned by the Secretariat interesting, we don't see that the report, the TOR for the consultants, the case studies, the recommendations were reviewed by the working group. We hear the floor and we recommend noting the document, but not submitting the draft guidance or even the document to COP19. Due to the contingencies of the pandemic and the importance of this issue, we believe a far more prudent and transparent approach would be to defer this to the intersessional period after COP19. That's in line with the decisions you've recommended, but we think as well the guidance just has not had the necessary review. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, WCS. And the Secretariat did remind me that I had originally agreed to take the Pan-African Sanctuary Alliance, and then they indicated they were deferring to this one. So I'll take Conservation Force. Given my error, I will also take the Pan-African Sanctuary Alliance. I'd ask you to be very, very brief, please. Conservation Force.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. On the contrary, we do believe that due to the pandemic, the IPLC are suffering even more the lack of a decision-making mechanism in CITES. And this is the big elephant in the room, Madam Chair. And this and document 20 are not making any progress on this crucial issue. And nothing, as you know very well, nothing could impede a party to present its own decision-making mechanism to the conference. But we do need a forum for indigenous people and local community to participate in the decision-making of this convention. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Conservation Force, and I think you were also referencing the document we discussed earlier. Pan-African Sanctuary Alliance, I will take your last intervention, please.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of 11 organizations, and we've already sent the list to the Secretariat, we are concerned in particular on the guidance that was presented in Annex 1, which is very much biased towards the trade benefits, and it doesn't evaluate its benefits for the peoples and communities, and whether it is sustainable, legal, illegal or not, and it needs more detail, and it leaves aside the key subject of the equitable distribution of the benefits, and it doesn't look at the position for the indigenous peoples in the global supply chain. It also talks about the risk that sustainable traditional practice will become less sustainable if they increase their scale to meet the international market, and this could move the convention towards the promotion of trade which is far from its mandate and means that it is not to the benefit of the wildlife species. And that's why we call on the rejection of this document and not to present it to the COP and to look at it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Pan-African Sanctuary Alliance. So it's now 5 o'clock. So for concluding our discussion on SC 74 Doc 21, based on the discussion, it's my sense that there is continued work that is needed, and as such, I understand that the Standing Committee would invite the Secretariat, working in consultation with the Standing Committee Chair, as well as the chairs of the Working Group on Livelihoods, to present updated decisions for renewal by the Conference of the Parties, so to present updated decisions to the Conference of the Parties. We take note of the studies that were provided in the annexes to the document, and we can report on those, on their completion to the Conference of the Parties, but the Standing Committee would like to have renewed decisions in order to give those resulting documents further consideration, more measured consideration. So with that, I will conclude this item, and that will end our session for this afternoon. Okay. I've been asking if we could track down our colleagues from France, because I'm trying to get an understanding of the time and the restrictions that might be happening, as that will influence our evening session. However, I will ask that everybody return at 6:30, so not 7 p.m., but 6:30. We will begin half an hour early because we will be ending early. And thank you, colleague. We would be interested in understanding a little bit more about the implications of the France strike for public transport, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yes, indeed, we learnt today that there is there's industrial action with the Lyon public transport. The information is available on their website, TCL, but what we have been told is that the last metro train that leaves the Line A station from here leaves at 9:40 p.m. and the last one in the other direction going towards Lyon-Perrache would leave at 10 p.m. So bus, trams, movements will also be affected, so public transport may well be problematic after 9:15 this evening, according to the information we've received so far and that's available. So that's the information I have. I don't know if there is any further clarification needed, and in terms of buses, it will be much worse. So those who need to use public transport and who are staying at some distance, it may be difficult to leave after that time. Thank you. And my sincere apologies.
Thank you, France. And so that does provide some clarification. I know that there's a number of delegates who are using buses, so that suggests to me that perhaps we will only have a 2-hour session this evening, because I do not want anyone to be stuck, of course. So we will start at 6:30. I will see if there's any further clarifications. Pending clarifications, I think we will need to conclude at 8:30 to make sure that no one gets stuck. Because of that, I will require everyone to please respect my request for 2-minute interventions by parties and shorter 1-minute interventions by observers. Israel, did you have a question?
Yes, a short question. What is happening tomorrow with the strike?
Now, normally the strike is only planned for today. However, what I would recommend to everyone, I have provided the Secretariat with a link